You're all added to the stage.
No, I'm not on stage yet.
I can hear you. I can hear you, Brian.
No, I just heard you say something like you're on stage, and I'm not on. I don't think we're on stage yet.
Yeah. Everyone in the audience is hearing me.
Hey, I'm gonna go run downstairs to make sure there's nobody else at Fuse. There wasn't anybody to share the coffee.
Hey, do me a favor on your name. Can you underneath your name? Can you put your location? The Texas, blah blah blah.
How do I do that? Change my settings.
Sign out, sign back in.
Yeah, I think we have to.
Wait, hold on. It says set your table. No, you're good. You did it. You did it. It's good. We'll go back.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate the bravado.
Yeah,
I'll be right back.
Can you see who's in the green room still or no? Do you lose that capability? Private chat. People. All right, I see. Okay. Me totally going to watch. Maybe add it. Let me bring on Brad. He's checking. Hey Brad, we are live. I know you can hear me. Hey, listen, do me a favor. So, because we're running a little behind here, if you could do me a quick favor, can you text everyone and let them know that they have to log in through summit.veterancoachnetwork.com to watch this? And I can see when they log in about 5 minutes before we go live. If they want to keep in the green room, they can. Otherwise, they can just sign in through the summit. You need to close this. Brett,
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, can you just help me out? Did you hear what I asked or no?
Something about text people?
Yeah, can you just let everyone know in the room? I'm going to kick you back. Or it looks like you're still in there. In the prison porch. Can you just let them know that? Wait, hold on. I'm going to kick you back. I just want everyone to know that they have to go to the Veteran Coaching Network virtual to watch if they want to watch a movie. I think it was neat.
Okay.
Hey, Luke and team, I'm going to log out of the MS Teams chat that Phoebe sent because other than getting on here, there's nothing going on over there. I just saw the room change that you guys put forward. That's terrific. Yeah, I thought we were gonna like get up and talk about what we were gonna do, I guess.
Hey, I heard you, Brian. I was saying, hey, hang tight. I got to get a couple things set up in this room because it's a whole production. Maybe we'll send you guys a photo.
Oh,
Hey,
no, totally understand that. This is the one and only, right? If you're anywhere, if you're part of this gig, if you're anywhere, you're here, right? And you have the background that I have going on.
Yes.
Good.
But later on today, you got to log into the watch. You got to log into the summit.com and email.
Yeah, I already tried to do that. I'm in the wait line to get submitted in that. So when you guys, your guy or gal tags me, they'll pull me into that. But I already clicked the button.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna check on it and click live. Thank you. Hang tight. I just got to talk with my assistant and make sure we're good with everything else.
Luke, you know veterans. This is how we are, right? If you're late, I'll have a mild coronary, and then I won't be good on the panel.
Hey, you have no idea.
Oh yeah, I did. I served for 33 years. That's the number one way I tell a veteran. Like somebody who's like, "Can we fucking go?" Type of thing.
Hey, Aaron, you don't need to jump in right now because you just come in on your time. But the link to watch and for everyone to watch is on YouTube. It's live on YouTube right now. Phoebe's going to push us on Teams. And I mean, Hey everyone, good morning. My name is Luke Methegi, and I'm the founder of the Veteran Coach Network. Give me 1 minute, we'll be with you in 2 minutes.
Hey all, welcome to the Veteran Coaching Network. My name is Luke Mivegi, I'm the founder. So the Veteran Coaching Network was started out of a necessity. So after serving 23 years in the service, I landed a nice corporate job. And what happened was I was laid off. And let me share something with you. There's many veterans out there that have gone through the same thing I went through. After 3,500 job applications and resumes, I determined that we need to stop this. And I looked at AI as bad. But then in a year, I learned and I applied myself and said, hey, AI is another language. And what I did was we stood up the Veteran Coaching Network with a few founders. Some of the founders are Leanne and Sean, Sergeant Q, and you'll get a chance to meet them and listen to them and hear from them today. But more importantly, this is about the veterans. Like I tell folks, we have a few rules when we start in the Veteran Coaching Network. Rule number one, there's no ego in our ecosystem. This is just veterans, helping veterans, patriots, first responders, all coming together with a common goal, and it's just to help us. So when the tide rises, the veteran boats will rise with it, and that's how we look at this. Hey, we had a few folks who donated some funds to help the Veteran Coaching Network happen. I just wanted to give them a quick shout out. Sean from Impactful Directive, thank you so much. Zachary from The Next Mission, thank you. Lena from Page Stop Profits, and Stephen Dork, thank you so much. Appreciate you all. Just to give you some data analytics about the Veteran Coaching Network, because this matters, data matters. And the data matters because it's about the impact. So we've been doing this for over a year, about a year and a half, the Veteran Coaching Network. But we stood up our actual webpage about 2 weeks ago. And our webpage, we had over 10,600 interactions with it. Thank you, veterans. Thank you, patriots. Thank you, folks from all around the world. Thank you for supporting the Veteran Coaching Network. Out of those interactions, we had 6,000 that clicked second. Means they hit the second interaction that one way or another is potentially going to be here today. And maybe they're going to listen to us. Maybe they'll listen to us on YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn. We are live right now on Facebook, LinkedIn. We're live also on YouTube, and we're live on summit.veterancoachingnetwork.com. So for the future iterations, as we continue to employ some more of our tools and come online, you can see us at those locations. So folks, today we're going to have some amazing moderators and amazing panelists that are going to speak. And we're going to have four panels that I've curated with some other folks to help us ensure that we had the right audience. So the four panels that we had today, panel number one is with, essentially we're starting with folks. Danny Lee's going to be the moderator. I'm going to talk about Danny Lee, and then he'll introduce some other folks. So Danny Lee is a great patriot who is a phenomenal YouTube on Danny Lee podcast. And he's going to moderate that first panel. And that first panel is on vets and book writing and vets that are telling their story. So it's a pretty amazing panel. Then we're going to have another panel after that in nonprofit space, vets and nonprofits. Then we're going to have another panel, veterans and entrepreneurs. And then we will finish with veterans that are in tech. Now, folks, through these panels, we're not just going to have veterans. We're going to have veterans and patriots and other folks from around the world that are involved in our mission and our tribe. And why am I doing that? I'm doing that because we want to eliminate groupthink, and we want to bring a divergent way of doing things. We want to be a disruptor. And let me share one last thing, and you will hear about this maybe again at the end, but this is a very important context and for you all to know. Folks, on the journey of becoming the Vetrepreneur of the Year for Indiana, and on the journey of talking to literally thousands and thousands of veterans, I have learned that there's no one methodology that there's a fix-all. But if you're having a bad day, we set it up on the veterancoachnetwork.com that we have mentors. We have coaches. If you're having a great day, guess what? Come back to them, talk to them as well. We're going to establish going into November 7th is our next summit, November 7th. And that date is key and critical because we're working right now with a bunch of recruiters. We're looking to bring 30 to 50 different types of recruiters that are literally hiring, that have live job applications or requisitions to bring it to the veterans. So we're going to do 4 panels on November 7th. So I'm telling you this, stay tuned, follow us, like us, and share. Let this go wild. Let's be a disruptor, and let's help veterans. As I always say, iron sharpens iron, and that's why we're here today. Hey, so please take notes, pull out your pads, and ask questions. You can ask questions through many means of modes. So ask questions through YouTube or the various other entities we mentioned earlier, and we'll have the ability, and they may even cast live on today's show, okay? Hey, 4 great panels, great moderators. I'm going to talk about them as we get ready. So let me finish up with Danny Lee. Danny Lee's a great patriot. He doesn't have to do this. Danny Lee has tens of thousands, and I'm not being facetious, tens of thousands following him on LinkedIn. He is a big time podcaster, and folks, he podcasts veterans, leaders across the military space. I'm telling you right now, some of these influencers and military connected individuals have already sat down with Danny Lee. And this is my way of saying, Danny Lee, thank you for supporting the Veteran Coach Network. We love you, brother, and we thank you for everything you do. Folks, let the games begin. We're going to start with our first panel. See you soon.
All right, Luke, I can take it from here. Just a technical question. Do we have all of the panelists on stage? I see Brian, I see Carla. Do we have Jeff, Jovan?
Could do something else. Oh, there I go.
Add it now. Jovan's on.
Jovan's on. And could you add Jeff as well?
Good job. Here we go. Good catch. I'm going to remove myself and I'll highlight you, Dan.
All right, I see Jeff. I don't know if we lost Jovan. And we also need Anthony Nelson Jr. I think I saw him in the chat. Yeah, could you add Anthony as well? All right. And the last person we're missing is Jasmine. I don't know if she's here. All right. If she joins, we'll introduce her. But Luke, am I good to start? All right. I think we should be ready. I see most of the people on. Brian, Carla. There you go. All right, so let's kick this off. My name is Daniel Lee. Thank you, Luke, for the warm introduction. It's my honor to moderate this panel with these amazing veterans, authors, storytellers. This panel is all about veteran book authors and veteran storytellers. Great people. Check out their work after the panel. Check out their books. But today we're gonna start with introductions. Then we'll talk about a few questions related to their motivations and their journeys as authors, and then we'll finish by, excuse me. Little technical issue. And then we'll finish with the advice for other veterans. Let's start with introductions. I want to keep the order the same for all of the questions. We'll go with Jeffrey first, then Jasmine, then Anthony, Jovan, Brian, and Carla. Jeffrey, would you like to start with your introduction, maybe something short, around 60 seconds? Jeff, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, not great with the computers. My name's Jeff Halliday. I'm a retired lieutenant colonel. I retired in 2024, and all my experiences with operational logistics. We started, Luke and I started writing this book because I realized in my current role, being a manager for GDLS, so General Dynamics Land Systems, that our Michigan office, not being as veteran heavy, does not have the same planning and experience and abilities as our office in Fort Hood. That is, retired lieutenant colonels, and senior NCOs. So there's a lot of teaching, coaching, and mentoring that goes on between us and our upper headquarters that probably, in my opinion, shouldn't be there because we're the lower headquarters, right? So we help them do a lot of the planning and synchronization across the contracts that we need to accomplish the mission for. So we decided to kind of put the MDMP process around and how to utilize it throughout business planning and tailor it to that environment.
All right. Thank you, Jeff, for the introduction. Jasmine, would you like to go next?
Hello, everyone. My name is Jasmine Rush. I'm the founder of Speaking from the Lens. I'm a Navy veteran. I've written two books, Help Me Tell, Finding Your Voice After Trauma, and Together in the Trenches, a devotional helping families navigate PTSD. And excited to be here with you guys today.
Thank you. Thank you, Jasmine. Anthony, please go next.
Hey everyone, my name is Anthony. I'm retired Air Force. I'm the author and the CEO of Cultivate Network Leadership, where we blend military experience and leadership with sports acumen and also from the perspective of faith. I am a 3-time published author, and I'm glad to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's proceed with Brian. Brian, please go ahead.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I'm Colonel Retired Brian Cook, U.S. Army, 33 years of service, 5 combat deployments, 4 near-death experience led me to write a book called Set Your Table as an offering to my fellow veterans and actually the rest of everybody else who's stuck in this always-on apocalypse. Been published in multiple magazines, talked on South by Southwest stage, a graduate of this great school called United States Military Academy, and a little bit of Carnegie Mellon. So good morning.
Thank you, Brian. Great introduction. Carla, please go next.
Hello, everybody. I'm Carla Murphy. I help obsessed founders beat burnout and become the leader their next stage requires. So I'm a former Marine officer, Naval Academy grad, founder of Founders Forge, and I wrote the book Be One of Zero, Why the Obsessed Always Win. So everything I do, whether I'm coaching, speaking, writing, is centered around one belief, and it's that your business and your life can only grow as much as you do. And that's why I'm excited to talk about all the topics today, because I think storytelling is one of the fastest ways that we can help someone else grow. So I'm excited to be here, and I really believe that veterans have stories that don't just inspire people, but they also give them practical tools to lead better. So thank you.
Thank you, Carla. And we'll proceed with our first question, starting with Jeff. Jeff, tell us a little bit about your book, what motivated you to write it, and what people should know about it.
Yeah, so like I said, just kind of getting into the corporate world for the first time. I joke this is my first job that didn't require nepotism or signing a contract. And just kind of looking around at my corporate civilian counterparts and even in like the State Department, the military does planning the best. So I've worked with State Department on a couple of deployments, and we were in charge of their fuel planning, for instance, right? So they don't do, and a lot of organizations outside the military don't understand detailed planning, planning products, and how to iterate on a plan. So that was to utilize probably the most basic military premise of planning is MDMP, at least for the Army. And we frame that around the different aspects of planning for not only strategic, but just operational day-to-day things in the corporate world. And that was really the motivation and the context of the book in general. It's over 8 chapters. So, and it's still, we're still working on it. So it'll be out soon.
Awesome. Thank you, Jeff. Jasmine, what about your book?
So the book Together in the Trenches is a devotional talking about PTSD, helping families navigate the ups and downs of navigating PTSD as a family, using prayer as the basis for how they navigate that. And so really just sharing tools that I've used throughout my 25-year marriage to help me navigate a successful marriage with PTSD and my family.
Yeah, thank you for doing that, Jasmine. Anthony, what about you?
Yeah, so my book, Community Connection Compassion, deals with my story of being a long lost airman 3,000 miles away from home, trying to find community. I also trying to find who I was as a person, and then turning to faith to build my community and connection and compassion, which out of that birthed my third book, which is titled Learning to Doubt Your Doubts. It's a 5-day devotional on, mental performance, psychology, but also intertwined with faith.
Amazing. Thank you, Anthony. Jovan, would you like to give a brief introduction and talk a little bit about your book?
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Javon Quarles, former Navy SEAL, 22 years. I currently hold Special Forces World's Toughest Test on Fox and Hulu. I do public speaking, motivational speaking. We all, looks like we all are in that space as well. My book is currently in the making and will be coming out. It's called Why Not Me? Basically building off of growth from a place where I grew up in DC, drugs, domestic violence, all that stuff, growing into the Navy, and then how I changed my place in life, joining the SEAL teams, graduating top of my class as the honor grad. I'm the first African American to do that, and my stuff was in the Navy SEAL Museum down in Florida. So I'm trying to push that out to let people know it doesn't matter where you come from. You have the power inside of you to grow and change your circumstance, change your life, and be something greater than you. So that's where the title of Why Not Me comes into place.
Yeah.
And stand by for season 5. It's coming out in 2 months.
Amazing. Thank you, Jovan.
Mr. Cook.
Yeah, Mr. Brian Cook, please go next and talk.
Javon, you set a table really well. So, and my thanks to the SEAL community because they gave me a lot of guidance over my years, specifically Mark Devine. So I wrote my book because dying gave me a message. After 33 years in the Army, I died 4 times, and I put a pacemaker in my chest, and it ended my Army career. And that weight, when you hear it and see it, commands you to do something different. You can get angry. You can get disappointed. You can run away, but you better listen, if anything else. So then I climbed a second mountain. I went to, corporate tech, IBM, and I thought, boy, this is going to be excellent, until it wasn't, and it was horrible. And then one sunny day in Austin with a great guy, I had this conversation that my armor that I had put on to be the great colonel in the United States Army and deployed 5 times, it was literally limiting me as the human that the big Lord put us on earth to be. And that's a warrior and a teacher and a guide. And so I wrote the book to share my framework. I see so many people here that are just stuck in one way or another. And look, there's no reason that you should be stuck. Find your values and get on with it, because that growth, even the suffering of growing for yourself, part of what Carla will tell us, right, is the answer key to success in life. Everybody does it. Go back to Marcus Aurelius. So that's a little bit about Set Your Table. And I'm super excited about this panel because, look at the power across this. It's just amazing. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian. Again, great story. And Carla, please tell us about your book.
All right. So B1 of Zero is a leadership operating system for founders, but really for anyone who's willing to be the founder of their life and stop letting everything else affect it and actually take charge of that. So it walks you through 6 pillars. They're obsession, standards, ownership, focus, resilience, and identity. But underneath all of that, right, it's about becoming the person capable of carrying what you say you want. And so I've coached, hundreds of founders, CEOs, executives, and I just kept seeing the same pattern and pain points. And it's basically that they would assume it was just a strategy problem, and many times it was, maybe hiring, firing, personal, relationships. But the real constraint was always the founder. At the end of the day, they were the ceiling, and the business couldn't grow beyond that. So I wrote the book because I wanted to put the frameworks that I use with founders and everyday coaching into a practical system or playbook. It's something that you can really use, right? You can turn to chapter 10 and like do the exercise at the back of that chapter. So every single chapter has an exercise that's practical that can be implemented immediately. And there's no, I wanted to have a bias for action. It's also deeply personal because I came from a childhood that statistically should have taken me in a very different direction. And instead, I became a Marine officer, academy grad, built businesses, started coaching founders, speaking on stage, just like everyone here. And so the book brings all of those seasons together for me. So it was very personal. And B1 of Zero means becoming so specific, capable, and committed right in your lane that there's no real substitute for what you do and how you do it. And that's your unfair advantage is all the life's experiences and applying them. And so I wrote it because I want people to understand that your past is a reference and it's not your destiny. And you don't need to have a perfect beginning, right? You just have to decide what you do next.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of people can relate to that, Carola. Thank you for sharing that. And as you all now know, the publishing process, the writing process is often very challenging. So I'd like to explore how each of you dealt with these situations and what lessons you can share from that experience. Jeff, would you like to share some of the challenges you faced as an author?
Yeah, sure. I think it's just where to start, and getting over that doubt of does your voice or what you have to say matter to an audience outside of you? And in my case, right, and I think with everybody else is they met people that could use that advice, and you've talked multiple times about this, and I probably had 100, plus conversations about different things and why we use the upward arrow of excellence in the Army, right? And how we plan milestones along a chart and you can accomplish them. Joke is in the Army that you always end up on green no matter what, but planning like that though gives you an opportunity to put resources against a mission, because without resources, your ideas are hallucinations. So that's really what it's about. And I think getting over that doubt and getting started is challenging. And then we haven't really even delved into some of the approval process through the DoD, having a military background. So we'll have to work through some of the publishing pieces next.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you, Jeff. Jasmine, anything to add to that? Any difficulties you faced in your journey?
I would say in the publishing process, one of the things that I think is not really talked about well is the importance of marketing your book well in advance of knowing that it's coming out, and ensuring you have a good plan and strategy around how you're going to execute getting on the list. My book did hit the top 5 for military families and Amazon's bestseller, but it's because I spent time marketing it and talking about it and continuing to talk about it and pushing it. And so ensuring from my first book, that's what I learned, is that I didn't know how to market well. And so on the second one, I worked hard to market it better.
Mhm. Yeah, great point. Thank you for bring that to the discussion. And Anthony, what about you? What about your experience?
Yeah, my experience was really forward facing, right? I had to deal with the fact that, hey, I know a lot of people and I need to not be shy. I need to ask for help. I need to ask for recommendations, right? And then to Jasmine's point, that helped me better market the book. Right. So I would just encourage everyone, utilize your resources, man. You have connections, you have relationships with people, and you don't know who they know, right? It could just be a simple conversation, a message on LinkedIn that could really open up your eyes to the possibility of your next step. And that's what I had to do through my journey, and it helped with like a 30 to 60-day marketing plan for the initial book. And out of that, it birthed into multiple books.
Yeah, makes sense. Thank you, Anthony. Brian, you're next.
Hey, so I'm missing the Javon part of this mosaic, so we're gonna get him on here. So I hear what everybody's saying. My biggest challenge was that the armor showed up again in the writing. So this is a book about dropping your armor. Every author, I think, goes through this. You have to you have to wrestle with the fact that you don't know everything, and you're going to write a book. Now what? Right? So that tension has been written about for hundreds of years by great authors and writers. So I wrestled with this. And when I first started writing, my editor, Manuscripts LLC, Carol is my editor, she picked up on it. And she said, you can't write about setting your table and dropping your armor and then write as a facade, a front to who you really are. They're two different things. So that was probably the biggest thing. I had to model it, right? I had to tell my story about near-death experiences, about fear in my own voice. Yeah, I'm a colonel, right? You're not supposed to break as colonels, right? Jeff Holiday can kind of go into this, right? You ever met a really great colonel who was broken and talking about it on a worldwide stage? I don't know that guy unless it's me, right? And so I just wanted that. And then what's weird is once I put it into action, right, and sat down, the things that are intangible ways to be powerful, like Ant talks about, right? This is a network of networks. They will come to you. I live in Austin, Texas. The veteran network in Austin, Texas is the largest sphere of luck I've ever seen. Anybody with any talent can step in here, grow, connect, and succeed. And all you need to do is what Carla's going to tell us about is believe about yourself, right? Look, stop listening to what Jeff says. That imposter theory, just name him, give him a name or her a name, right? And say, hey, Cletus, shut up. I'm in charge. It's my mind. It's my life. And that's what's important here. So I'm sure others have kind of interesting, cool perspectives right up on that. I hope you do.
Sure. Yeah, Brian, thank you for talking about all that. And Carla, do you have anything to add?
Yes, mine was a little different. I would say that the biggest challenge for me was writing honestly enough that it would cost me people's approval. So as veterans, we're good at being, squared away, good to go. And so the book forced me to do the opposite. And it was to put my personal trauma, my failures as a leader, the times I pushed myself up to breaking points on paper for everyone to read, right? And so that was a real tension between being honest and being exposed. And it's very easy to share the clean lessons after everything works out. And it's a lot harder to write about the seasons where you're in pain and you're rebuilding, you're failing, and you're becoming someone new, right? So everybody who even knew you, 10 years ago is going to meet a different person. So I knew the book would be dishonest if I only showed the polished version of myself. And so I kind of pour everything out on the page. That was my biggest challenge.
Yeah, no, great points. Thank you for sharing that honestly. And I've interviewed so many veterans, and I see this pattern over and over where once you leave the military, there are two big difficulties that you have to face. One is the sense of purpose, camaraderie, and that environment that you've been in for so long. And another is career, and how do you transition to the civilian workspace. So I want to explore how has becoming an author impacted each of yours careers and your sense of purpose. Starting with Jeff, do you have any thoughts on this?
Well, not having been published yet, so it hasn't really impacted anything. But I mean, in general, right? And I think I was reflecting on this with my coworker yesterday. And I'll leave it here, but is humility, right? Is I was somebody. Lieutenant Colonel Halliday got his emails answered. Lieutenant Colonel Halliday had people that needed him, that needed to ask questions, needed guidance, all that. As soon as I went out into even just the CSP part, Jeff Halliday was having trouble getting anything done because no one answered emails or did whatever. So it's going from some of that formal influence and power and having just informal influence and power. And your name is the only thing you have, right? Is your only reputation is your name. And that's why I tell these my employees now, because we're struggling. We're going to lay them off because somebody else took a mission to Korea and they gotta either decide what's best for them. But I constantly tell them my name is the only thing I got here, so I don't want to tarnish that with you guys. So that I think that's some of it. So humility, coming in and being bored at work or not necessarily having everybody needing you at all times is a challenge, and it has been a challenge for the last almost 2 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense, Jeff. Anthony, what about you?
So for me, the biggest impact or challenge, I would say, is the reality that I was speaking and writing for myself. Again, I joined the Air Force, served 20 years. I was a public affairs photographer, right? So I'm used to writing other people's story. But then when I had to sit down and reflect, like Carla said, and be honest with myself about my story, that was really transformational. And when I really decided to lean into that, the opportunities began to come, left and right, whether it's working with youth, working, as a mentor, working with sports, local sports, and sharing with them the perspective of leadership from the military, the perspective of leadership in faith, the perspective of leadership from someone who was raised in a single parent household, right, and had all the stats up against them. But when I leaned into my true story, all I saw was success. And that's what I'm benefiting from right now.
Great, thank you, Anthony. Jovan, how has becoming an author impacted your career and sense of purpose?
For me, I mean, excuse me, and I apologize. I keep having these issues and keep popping in and popping out, but I think I troubleshooted and got it on. But for me, I believe, like the stories that I've heard already coming in and out, is that we can impact the world, honestly, right? And I don't say that in a cliche saying. Some people just say these things just to say these things, but I do believe stories really do impact people's way of thinking. It impacts their inspiration. And I think it allows people to know they can do something that maybe they just thought they never could achieve or whatever. So I believe a story that we can put out to people before the day we die. I'm 46 years old, retired, 22 years, right? I believe by the time I leave this earth, and like every one of you here, by the books you guys have all put out already, that you should have impacted millions of lives, that you can say, you can leave this planet and say, you know what, I've helped people from transitioning from the military to now being able, how can I impact the world? We can't impact the world like we used to when we was active duty. So how can I do it now when we can do it with our voice? And our voice carries power. Our voice carries significance. It carries, people who want more of themselves, but just don't believe it. So I definitely believe that we can create that through our storytelling. in our books and how we've been able to change our lives and show people that you can win. You can be a very successful author. You could be a very successful speaker. You could be a very, very successful entrepreneur. You can have these things, but it's all about how hungry you are as an individual. Nothing's going to come. Anything that's worth having will never be easy, right? Anything that's worth having is not meant to be easy, because if it could be easy, then anybody would be doing it. Then it just doesn't have the value that it used to carry. But I believe the value that we share right now, listening to all of you, looking at all your titles, looking at all what you've done, the books that you've written, Mr. Cook, Mr. Anthony, Carla, Jeff, all of that. And I'm like, oh, wow. I did, my first time being on a panel like this, I'm like, man, this people out here in ex-military who's done some amazing things. So I applaud every one of you on the call. And I look to hopefully get a copy of that book so I can also add it to something I can say that I was able to impact my life by listening to your stories as well. So stories are everything to me, I believe. And now that we are not active duty, this is our way of giving back to the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Javon. Brian, anything to add here?
Wow, there's so much to add, but I love it, Javon. So first of all, when you go to spike the ball in the end zone for the book, let us know, because we want to put you up on the elevation platform, right? And just keep on throwing great people and great stories forward. This is an ancient way that people told stories to allow their life suffering to be saved from others, most of the time children or their tribes, right? This is nothing new. But it's beautiful now because we have all this tech behind it. And literally, you all know, right? You can write a book tomorrow and publish it tomorrow night on KDP. If so, or anywhere else. By the way, there's like 82 others. So become an author for me professionally was really magical. It became a through line to where I had a hold of the line. This is about 33 years of learning strategy, near-death reckonings that turned into a compressed framework that I can teach to anybody. Is it perfect? No, it isn't. You got to know, right? If you're going to write something ever, nothing's going to be perfect, but it's something I can teach to. And then that way I move from operator to mentor to coach to teach to guide. And instead of wrestling with my own optimization, I'm now showing other people how to get better. And that's the golden rule. We know it very well. So, but the book is proof that you put in the work. It's going to open doors, and then watch as it happens. I was just in Boston with Nick Hutchinson and the Great Book Thinkers crowd. And now I have 50 new friends who want me to be on their podcasts, who want me to energize how they write books now, how you platform with Audible, how you market yourself. It's all part of a beautiful mystery called becoming an author. And oh, by the way, if you're a leader, you belong here. You've learned things that you need to give to others. The act of authorship is compressing suffering in time and space. So you're giving a gift to everyone who ever picks up your book. Remember that. That's your gift, right? So I just think it's magical. And by the way, this is how it happens. 5, 6, 7 people. And then we get 5, 6, 700 people. And then we get 5, 6, 7,000 people. I was just talking to a major company about bulk book sales. They want to buy 20,000 copies of my book. What's that do for my bank account? That's good things for the Cook family, right? Leave a legacy that matters, that you did the right things for your tribe. Set your table personally, relationally, community, right? It's all there for you. All you got to do is step up. And we all know how to step up already because we're servant leaders. So it's almost like this virtuous circle going on. Thank you.
Love it. Thank you, Brian. And Carla, you're up next.
Okay, so I would say becoming an author did two big things for me. First, it gave me structure to everything that I was already doing in my own life and in coaching, because the process, like the manual process of writing, forced me to clarify my frameworks, my stories, anything that I believed about the work that I was doing, leadership, and then like the capacity that I had, right? So it made me a better coach and a better, CEO, founder, business owner, because it forced me to do that thinking and like put it on paper, right? It sounds very simple, but man, when you have to actually write it out for someone else to learn from, you learn very quickly. And then second, I would say that it expanded my sense of service, right? We all have a pool for service. That's why we're here and that's why we served. But coaching, right? If you think about it, coaching allows me to go all in or deep on one topic with one person or a small team. Speaking lets me reach a room and maybe through digital, right? More people on a replay or something or on a live. But a book lets you serve people that you'll never meet, right? Other veterans, founders, leaders who are reading it at 2 a.m., right? Because they're wondering if they're the only ones drowning in work or if their business is even going to make it. And so when someone messages me and says, "Hey, thank you. Your book gave me words for what I've been feeling." That's what matters to me. That's the second sense of that service that I can give back to others. Thanks.
Amazing. Thank you, Carla, for sharing that. And this will be our last question on this panel. I want to give you an opportunity to share some advice for other veterans who are thinking about maybe writing a book or sharing their story in a different format, but they don't know where to start. So, Jeff, let's start with you. Any advice you'd like to share with other veterans?
Yeah, the only thing I would say is just start with your 3-foot circle, right? If everybody took care of their 3-foot circle around them, this world would be a better place. So start with yourself, start with the immediate people you can impact, and always lend a helping hand. And I think you start there. I mean, to be honest, Luke kind of brought me into this kicking and screaming a little bit. Not that I don't have, I have a ton of other things going on, 3 kids, 100 different animals to take care of. So, but he brought me in this kind of kicking and screaming. But it's important to share your story. It's important to give back. I was taking golf lessons once, and the golf guy said it's the most important thing you can do is teach, and teach the next generation. So, and that was at a time in my life when I was teaching career course, which, didn't feel as impactful as it probably was. And I did that in 2011, 12. So in the next 10, 12 years after I had left, I still had people coming up to me, man, thanking me and talking to me about the time they had in my classes at career course. So it is impactful, and you don't necessarily know that impact immediately. It sometimes takes a decade to really understand that impact. So that's what I would say.
Thank you, Jeff. Great advice. Anthony, what about you? Anything you'd like to share?
I would like to let anyone listening understand that your book has already been written. It's been written through the conversations you've had with your troops, with your superiors, with your family, with your friends, that you've been saying over and over and over, right? All we have to do now is take that conversation and put it to paper. And once you put it to paper, like many of the panelists have said, it will spread like wildfire, right? Your conversation is important. If it helped save one life, one friend, one family member, then best believe it needs to be in a book. It needs to be in a book. You need to be able to transform your community, transform the people who have gone through what you've gone through, because they need to hear about your trials, your temptations, but also your triumphs.
Amazing. Thank you, Anthony. Jovan, what about you?
I mean, I don't know how I can top anything what else someone else already said here. I mean, you guys have already hit every nugget on it, but on that part, and it's the journey. I like what Carla said about the journey of it. It really just changes you as an individual, right? You learn to be, just tweak who you are a little bit more for the better, right? To be a little more disciplined in whatever it is that you may be doing in your life. It'll help you get to that extra step that you're looking for. So, I mean, I think it's an awesome journey. I'm in it right now, and it's fun. It can be daunting in the very beginning, right? right? In the very beginning, it's like, you know, and that's how you feel about it. But once you get going and you start to see some pages develop, you're like, man, it creates more significance in you, the impact you're having on yourself. Like, man, I'm really doing this thing. And it takes a lot of discipline. So I think you'll see a big change in you. It gets exciting. And as you see the light at the end of the tunnel, it gets more exciting. And then you're just seeing what it can do and how it can benefit your family. Mr. Cook just said he just has an offer right now that a company wants to buy 25,000 copies of that. That is the atmosphere that you're opening up. Imagine 25,000 copies at $20 a pop, or $25 or $30 a pop. That's a lot of money that can change your family, right? In just one deal. And you see these authors and these motivational speakers, and you see these, these really awesome keynote speakers out there. I think of like John C. Maxwell, the type of income that he has by just impacting the world from all the books he's created. Imagine that. You know what I mean? We're in that space. A lot of you here have already written multiple books. So you're in that space and getting closer and closer. So it can really just help you in general. It can help you with your family, it can help you with your friends, it can help you with your churches, your Christianity, your belief, or whatever you may believe in. I'm telling you, it's a fun journey. I am enjoying it, and I can't wait till it's done. I believe the why not me, when someone picks up that book and the first thing they see is why not me, that's a question they have to ask themselves. Why not you? So I'm excited about it, and I'm excited with everything that's going on in my life. Now I'm retired and just moved to Texas, and I think just moved to Texas. Got an empty home I'm sitting in right now, but it'll eventually get full at some point. But I'm excited. Life has a lot to offer us. It's just people got to believe it's a beautiful thing for you. There's so many good things that can come out of it, but you got to believe in yourself first of all. So I say, if you're going to do it, do it. Like Anthony said, your story's already been written. You have the experience. You have the stories. You have the light that someone wants to look at. You have someone who wants to read your book at 2 a.m. It's there. You're like the Jeffs, who has multiple kids and a big family and 100 animals to take care of. You may be busy, but I guarantee you, with Jeff, when he finished his books, it was like, wow, this is awesome. I did this with all the stuff going on. So it's like, it's amazing, right? You get that extra power in you. So I love it, man. I love the process, and I'm enjoying it. And yeah, it's going to be coming out, man. So I can't wait to get it all out there. And like you said, also, Cook, the people that you meet, right? You just got 50 new best friends, right? Look at these people I'm meeting on this right here. I took a screenshot so I can reach out to you guys on my Instagram, and hopefully we can connect there and we keep going and the network keeps growing. Danny Lee, I got to give it to you, man. I don't really check my LinkedIn, but when I did, he came out, he popped up, and his message was there, and boom, and here we are now. It just puts you in these positions of being around the right people, right? And I think that's a big thing about success. Change your circle, right? There was someone who said something about your 3 feet, the 3 feet around you. I forgot who it was. Man, that's so big. When I first joined the Navy, I was still in the bad circle area. So I was still rough around the edges, doing dumb stuff, getting in trouble. Once I became a Navy SEAL, I got around the right people, right? People who really had a vision on life and what they wanted to impact the world, deployments, all those things, wanted to have a direct effect on what was going on. That changed me, changed my way of thinking at the same time. And I'm telling you, it is really a thing. It's not a cliche saying by when people say you hang around 5 bums, you're the 6th bum. You know what I mean? You hang around 5 awesome people, you're going to be one of the 6 awesome. You're going to be that 6th awesome person. So it's like, it gives you that. It's a true saying. So I want people to really catch on to these things, that it's the truth. We're not spitting motivation to you. We're really giving you true inspiration of the truth of what life is really like. It's a factual thing. These things work. So take heed of it, listen to it, and take these blueprints and these nuggets.
All right. Thank you, Jovan. Great advice. Brian?
Yeah, so you're on top of it, Javon. I'm just going to give you one warning. The messy middle. Somewhere around chapter 14, I had so much on my back happening all at the same time, I just about quit the book. I wrote chapter 14 7 times and then threw it in the trash can, wrote 3 sentences, kind of like our brother Hemingway used to do, and went to bed. Woke up at 4:30 in the morning and wrote the whole chapter nonstop. it will jump on your back. This is what I want to tell people. One, for you, Javon, because I want to see you succeed. I think all of us know that feeling of being successful as an author is a magic gift to yourself too. But if you're out to tell a story and you're holding back for some reason, stop. Just go tell your story. The armor is going to totally tell you, especially if you former veterans. Look, the armor is going to tell you, they're going to whisper, nobody's going to raise your stuff. Nobody likes that vulnerable stuff, Colonel. Nobody wants to hear about meditation. No, but when you center yourself on your values and the values, by the way, of our great nation, it's a slam dunk. We have been brought up by what John Maxwell would tell you is the hero's journey. And if you are an Army veteran, I can tell you I helped write the mentorship manual. And the through line of the mentorship manual is we're all on a hero's journey. And as soon as you get good, guess what you're going to become? The guide. And you run that circle several times in your career. I was fortunate enough to do it a number of times, 30 years of service. But that's magic. If you don't share that suffering, it's going to be in you for the rest of your life. And you're going to be on your deathbed with that stomach full of regrets. Saying, I woulda, shoulda, like Steve Jobs will tell us, right? You know that book. Don't die with regret. Tell your story because we need to hear it. Like there are people in the valley today that are barely surviving. They need to hear that badass veterans get shit done. Now go tell your story. That's where it's at.
I want to ask you. I just gave a thumbs up, but hey, thumbs up still.
Javon, we have just 10 seconds, so if you guys can wrap up, and then we'll move on to Carlo and finish.
Javon will wrap on it.
All right, thank you guys. Definitely a lot of to discuss here, but we can connect offline and continue. But Carlo, would you like to wrap this up by sharing your advice?
Yes, I'll be quick. Don't worry. So my advice would be stop trying to write a book and start trying to provide value. So when you think of writing a book, it's so big and vague and it kind of paralyzes people because it just seems very insurmountable. It's a mountain. And I know a lot of folks right now who are writing a book, and they've been writing a book for years. So instead, ask yourself, what would actually help someone today? And then tell one honest story that delivers that. You can do it in a form of a single LinkedIn post, right? A 3-minute video where you're recording yourself and just talking on, I don't know, I don't do social media, Instagram or something. A conversation on a podcast like this, right? Everyone's just shared something about themselves. Very small, start that way, but focus on being useful. So what happened? What did it cost me, right? What would you want that person to know before they go through it? If you put yourself in that situation where if everyone in the room was screaming at the main character, like, don't go in the room, right? The bad guy's in there, the killer's behind the curtain. If you could do that for someone, think of it that way, where you're trying to warn someone of what's going on. And if you do that regularly, you'll build an audience organically and naturally. You'll find your voice, and down the road, you'll have more than enough material for a book that you've already written. So it starts with providing value first, and not chasing a perfect manuscript or profit. You want to make it for impact.
Yeah, great words, Carol. Thank you. And I want to say thanks to each one of you for talking about your journey and sharing this advice. This is extremely helpful for each of us and for those who are listening. It was an honor to moderate this panel today. And back to you, Luke, to talk about other panels. Thank you.
Hey, Danny, thank you so much. Panelists, you guys are absolutely amazing. Just the wisdom and the knowledge here that you shared is absolutely, if anyone who is lost out there, I'm telling you right now, watch this, watch the recording, because after this, it should be enough for you to maybe create your plan and move forward. I'm just saying. And what's great about it is each and every one of you have a different perspective because you live life through your own shoes, through your own eyes, through your own lens. So thank you for sharing. Really appreciate it to you all. Hey, we're going to take about a 30-second transition here. We're going to play a quick video. We're going to get the other team assembled. Panelists, thank you so much from my heart. Thank you for supporting the Veteran Coach Network. We're actually going to play a video with you all in it shortly. So thank you so much, and we'll see you. We also have a networking event at the very end. The networking event for everyone who's listening, it's going to be at the meetin.com / Veteran Coaching Network. So I share that live. So anyone who's listening is welcome to jump in and network with our great veterans here. So if you are a CEO, a book publishing firm, or maybe you're a TV producer, hey, hop in. Maybe you just are a patriot who just want to network with a bunch of phenomenal, great veterans. Jump in. Hey, maybe you're an angel investor and you're like, hey, you know what? These vets are all business owners and I want to support them. Jump in. So meet us at meetin.com / Veteran Coach Network at the very end, where we can remove the filter and go and just make it just vets and patriots in the same room. All right, thank you all, and we'll talk to you soon.
Welcome to the Veteran Coaching Network, where iron sharpens iron. Let us build your future. Live. Welcome to the Veteran Coaching Network, where iron sharpens iron.
Hello? Luke?
Hello.
Hello?
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Just 1 second.
Yeah, I can hear you. Hold on. It's kind of messed up on my end, though.
Hey, Luke.
Still, I can't hear.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, camera's on too.
Mute yourself.
Excuse me.
Can someone say something? Because I'm getting like a lot
I'm
of
here.
feedback on my end.
Yeah, I hear you coming in broken. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Hold on. Let me get my husband. He's the one that knows how to fix this stuff.
Is there a Teams one too?
Luke.
No, I think they changed it from Teams.
Okay. I was like,
Sarah.
Yeah, we done swapped a few times. It's okay.
No, but like my camera's on.
I'll go into it and connect maybe to.
No.
Yeah, you can use yourself.
Do I sound better? Or anyone, do I sound any different, or do I still sound robotic?
yeah, you're
You
good.
still sound a little bit better.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Question is the camera. Is the camera still working?
We're only supposed to be seeing ourselves at this point,
These
right?
things,
I think so. I'll only see myself.
you can see yourself?
I'll bring you all live in a minute.
You're good.
Thanks, AC. I had to get my husband to help me because I don't know how to do technology on the on this side.
The stage. Yeah, it's weird. It's not showing.
I've signed back in.
I see that. jump back in.
Luke Medvegi.
Hey all, thank you for coming to the Veteran Coach Network. I was trying to play that video and it just wasn't working so well. Hey, technology is great. And sometimes I think through any crew in the world, anyone in the world has probably dealt with the most difficult missions, has learned what we call adapt, and overcome, agility. I think that agility in the PMP, the project management world was really made based upon veterans, probably how they adapt to things in life. But hey, we're here today, and I'm going to introduce Sarah Harrison. I have to apologize. She's having some technical difficulties with her camera. Not ideal, but we're going to get the show rolling here because we have so many great, amazing veterans who represent less than 1% of our nation who signed up to be a military member at one point or another. We have so many great patriots who said, hey, I'm here to help support this tribe. So I'm going to move it forward. But in doing so, I think I need to give some justice. First and foremost, hey, Danny Lee, you did a great job. I just want to give you a shout out, but also the panelists. I mean, the folks from Javon to Jeff to Brian, even Jasmine and anyone I forgot. Listen, you guys you killed it. You did it. Carla, you all did an amazing job in that last panel. If I missed your name, I totally apologize. But you guys absolutely killed it. And that's why we're here. Vets do this. Vets all the time raise the bar. And you guys just did an amazing job. Thank you, Danny, for that. Now let's talk about Sarah Harrison. So how did I meet Sarah Harrison? Why is Sarah Harrison here today, the Veteran Coaching Network? So many of you may not know that Sarah Harrison actually served in the military. Sarah Harrison served in the British forces. And she is a veteran in her own right. And with that said, she was at one point the CEO of InVets. And InVets is an organization that hires veterans, brings them to the state of Indiana, and help them get jobs as well. But what she's just an amazing individual who says, hey, through the Veteran Coaching Network, she sees the mission continuing. But more importantly, it's because we're amplifying, echoing, and getting the voice out there of veterans. And no one knows that more than our folks in the nonprofit space. The nonprofit space is truly a selfless realm. Folks, you don't go in the nonprofit world to get rich. You go to the nonprofit world because you want to help others. So we have so many great folks here today. I'm going to let Sarah introduce them, but just to be frank, many of you folks are my friends, and I've had a chance to get to know you, and I really appreciate you coming out to the Veteran Coaching Network. I know that we're having some technical difficulties today, and I truly apologize for that, but we are live in two different locations, like centers across the United States. We're live in Texas. We're live here in Fort Leavenworth, in Kansas. And we're alive in many different rooms across the nation today because of you all. So I know we're having some technical difficulties with the Hey Summit, or rather Summit Veteran Coaching Network. But just to give a quick shout out to Sean, Impactful Directive, thank you for supporting us. Zachary, the Next Mission, thank you for supporting us. Lena, Page Stop Profits, thank you for supporting us. And Stephen Dork, thank you so much for supporting our mission here. And I'll continue to give you guys shout outs. But folks, listen, this wouldn't be possible. It wasn't folks who are donating their time like you, or folks donating a little bit of monetary proceeds, not a whole lot, but just something to kind of help us pay to get the videos done. We're still raising some more money. We're at like $79, which is fine. It's great. We'd like to at least break the $100 mark. Why? Because I got to pay to get the videos done, but it's all good. It's all good. But also, one last thing I'll say before I turn on to the nonprofit. So I chose not to speak from a nonprofit standpoint because I have so many great vets in the room that are going to do that. But there are many nonprofits out there. There's literally thousands of them, folks. So as we continue with the Veteran Coaching Network's mission, we're going to continue to share. But November 7th, we're trying to bring veterans together in the same room again. And we're going to talk, and we're going to help veterans get jobs. That's our goal. We want to help them land. So they don't do 3,500 job applications. Layoffs happen. But we want to try to help our nation, the veteran nation, do better. And so we're going to bring in a bunch of recruiters after the panels, and we may even have a couple on the panels. But when we get done, we're going to have a little bit of a room where you can meet these recruiters build a little bit of rapport, and hopefully, land on that next job. Previous to that, we're going to have some coaching seminars to help you land on your feet. And we're going to recommend some of those nonprofits out there that are already doing it. I've been fortunate and blessed to be part of tons of nonprofits, from LMI to 4Block to Commit, IVMF. There's so many of them, folks. And ACT, there's just so many out there, and the list goes on, Vets and Tech, everything. We are seeing ourselves in the space to try to help empower, influence, and echo your voice. We're not in the space to provide more noise in the ethers, but rather to connect with vets where we can connect with them. So, all right. So back to Sarah Harrison, amazing individual, not a stranger to the nonprofit space, as she worked as a CEO for one. And folks, I'm going to hand it over to Sarah, and she can introduce you, and you all can introduce yourselves. All right. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. You can't see me because apparently my camera is not working, which for me is not such a bad thing. I'm okay with that, but it feels a bit rude. Okay. So obviously, I'm very excited to be here talking with you all today. It's always great to meet different people who are doing great things out there in the veteran space. So we'll start by each one of you just introducing yourself for, I think I was allowed 60 seconds for that, but one gentleman appears not to be here today, so you get another 15 each, okay? If my math serves me correctly. So let's start with Ashton, because she begins with A. This seems like a good place.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Ashton Kroner. I'm a Marine Corps veteran. I served between 2007 and 2015, deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan, where I met my wonderful husband. And together we formed the Veteran Cancer Network. I was currently voted in as the chair, and our goal is really to provide better access to veterans and their military service in order for them to be able to get better diagnosed. We think that any veteran should be able to go into a healthcare, facility and be able to get screened based on their symptoms, not based on their age. And so we've been really fighting for, that equality across the VA, across the civilian healthcare system as well.
Thank you, Ashton. Okay, Steve.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Thank y'all for hosting. Thank y'all for being here, other nonprofit founders. My name's Steve Jimenez, Marine Corps veteran, OEF. I'm out of the Houston, Texas area. And after transitioning from the service, I actually went into private sector and did pretty well in Fortune 100 companies, started my own company, exited positively, but then fell into depression. And unfortunately, a lot of us have probably felt that way. But in 2018, I almost took my life, and I had a friend invite me to bees, honeybees to be exact. And so we started this project called Hives for Heroes, and a few short years later, we're now the largest beekeeping organization in the world, changing lives through the power of bees. It sounds crazy, but it's incredible. And we encourage anybody to join. We're about 12,000 people throughout the United States now, and we're continuing to grow. So if you have any interest in bees or any interest in alternative mental health therapies, maybe even overcoming some fear, join us at hivesforheroes.org.
That's awesome. Bees are quite incredible, aren't they? They're not supposed to be able to fly the way they're built. Isn't that right?
That's exactly right. They're literally not supposed to fly. So it brings a lot of questions about nature, about yourself.
Sure.
It opens up experiences. It's incredible.
That's wild. Okay. So Natalie, let's hear from you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Natalie Chabelle. I'm the president and founder of Mission to Commission. I'm a Navy veteran of 12 years. I served as a medical service corps officer, as an environmental health officer, managing infectious disease and such. I founded Mission to Commission way back in May of 2020. I had a very difficult transition, one that pretty much took me about 10 years to find my way. I'm now a VP of product marketing at Revelier, which focuses on value-based healthcare software. And I manage and run Mission to Commission, which helps individuals actually join the military, has dual purposes. We're interested in different service branches, officer and enlisted, and then helps them throughout their career and on their way out into the civilian sector so that they can transition successfully and understand how their skills translate into the civilian world. So it's a labor of love. It's great to be here. I'm honored, and I look forward to the conversation today.
Excellent. Thank you for being here. And Sheena.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sheena Veal. I'm with Operation Teammate. I'm actually the Director of Community Outreach. I lead community engagement, partnerships, volunteer strategy, and I'm building out a new program. Hopefully, we can announce it soon. Tim Montjoy and his daughter Bethany actually founded the organization back in 2016 to provide mentorship experiences to military children while mom and dad are away. At the core of what we do is with athletes, veterans, community partners, professionals, and things like that to help teach them about teamwork, leadership, and all those other good values.
Sounds awesome too. So, and then Ted, are you hiding under the guise of being Luke at the back there?
I'm here because if Luke's camera breaks, it's his fault, not mine.
Okay, so you are here. So Ted, tell us about what you're doing.
All right. Hey, my name is Tad Slater. I'm the director of Team Halo Outdoors. We're a veteran nonprofit, and our focus is getting active duty military, veterans, Gold Star family members out on free hunting and fishing events. And it's just an alternate way where we can share our passion of the outdoors with others that may have or might not have had, an experience with it, and just getting people outside away from the daily grind and just giving them a safe place to relax and share some camaraderie with each other.
That's great too. So you're outdoors, and so is Steve. I think there's a connection there with the bees and the fishing. I think that you two need to talk. You can combine forces. So, okay. So we'll move into some of the questions that I have. Just one thing I will add at this point. You've probably realized I'm not from here. I did do my service across the pond. I was a combat medical technician with the reserves for about 9 years. So I sometimes tell people I'm from Texas just to test their sense of humor, but I'm not going to do that today. All right, first question. And Todd, since you went last, how about you go first? So what inspired you to start and lead your organization? And what problem were you determined to solve? This is the same question that'll go to all of you, so I've got time to think.
All right, so for me, I grew up outdoors. I hunted, fished my entire life. And when I joined the Army when I was 18, I was transplanted from the Midwest to the East Coast, and I was pretty much a fish out of water. And the outdoors was one of those things I really missed. So I was always, in my mind, if I got to a place where I could give back, I would give back. And in 2015, we were established, and I was brought on as part of the team eventually before I took over as a director. So it's just me giving back and sharing that thing that I missed, that I know other people miss.
Okay. Was it hard to get going on your own?
No, because it was established, and I was part of the team at first, and then a lot of the systems and checks were built, and then we just kind of modified, and it's like a living organism. Nothing ever stays the same. You just modify as change is inevitable. So you just gotta accept it and grow with it.
Okay, thank you for that. And you've never looked back, right?
No.
That's great. Okay, let's have that question to Sheena. Do you want me to say the question again?
No, I think I remember it. No, I didn't start
you?
Operation Teammate. I think I hear an echo.
Oh, sorry. Is it still echoing?
No, that's better. Thank you. No, I didn't start Operation Teammate. Timothy did, but they started it because while he was deployed, his daughter Bethany had been engaged in athletics and things like that, and they had wished that they had had more opportunities for mentorship while he was away. My leadership has really been about asking myself, how can I amplify and expand the mission's impact? And so as I became more involved, I started seeing opportunities beyond individual experiences ways we can deepen community partnerships, create more opportunities for people to serve, and continue investing in the military connected youth and veteran youth as well over time. So that has meant expanding our outreach, partnerships, creating new ways for volunteers and communities to engage, now developing our military youth leadership and honors academy, which I'm very excited about. We haven't really announced it yet. The problem for me isn't that military kids need fixing. They have a rock star lifestyle already. It's making sure military life doesn't limit their access to people, experiences, recognition, opportunities that help them grow and lead.
That's phenomenal. How long have you been with them, Sheena?
I've been with them for a few years now. I can't remember exactly which year I started, but time has been going so fast. But no, I've been with them for a few years. I plan to stay with them for the long haul, but it's been very rewarding.
That's fantastic. Thank you. So, Steve, what inspired you? Obviously, you'd gone through some health issues, mental health issues, but what inspired you to start the bees? And for your sense of purpose, what was it that the problem you were really trying to fix with that?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I know all of us have been through experiences and had life-changing moments. I had a transformative experience in a bee yard, right? It's the first time I've ever done anything like that. I was invited by a friend, so there was no intention of any organization. It was, for me, it was the intention of backing up my battle buddy at the time. And she wanted to go beekeep and didn't have anybody to go with her. And she's like, hey, we don't leave each other alone. And I was like, all right, let's go. What I didn't realize was that would fit very well into, the military structure and hierarchy, discipline, having a result from, a lot of hard work, and just having this experience in which kind of make me understood myself. Allowed me one of the first opportunities that I felt like I could breathe again after about 10, 11 years of getting out of the military, and being able to focus. And all that shifted to a handful of people that were hanging around each other, enjoying each other's company. And one person talks to another and another and another. So really, we're about a 95% word of mouth organization that people enjoy being outdoors. They have this awesome experience with bees. There's so many layers of it, whether that's overcoming fear or following a process or doing something in community. And now we launched a huge platform that our guys and girls get to connect instantly all over the country. They have tools and resources at their ready. So it really came from, we know that we're losing military veterans at an alarming level. We can't even track our first responders, but the trauma on the brain is the same way. And we can work through that with the bees in the bee yard as an alternative mental health therapy. So two big problems there. One, suicide, of course, fighting the veteran suicide epidemic. And then two, learning more about this is our bee population. Declination of bees is terrible for us as humans. And then there's really a third project for us now in honey, which we know that 80% of the honey in the United States is actually adulterated and coming in from overseas. So why don't we put the American veteran back to work into something that they experience, know, love, and enjoy, and also make some economics from it?
It's fantastic, far-reaching impact. That's great. So, all right, Natalie, would you like to go next? What inspired you?
Sure. I think it was my own transition into the military, where I knew I wanted to serve. I didn't come from a family other than my grandfathers who served in World War II, who didn't speak very much about the experience. But I didn't quite know there were so many jobs and so many ways to serve. I had no idea what path I should take. Ultimately, at the age of 28, found my way to the right program. I had tried some other things prior to that, but it wasn't until 28 years old where I found the Health Services Collegiate Program, which allowed you to pursue a graduate degree, in my case, a master's in public health, and serve your first tour as a practitioner. And it was the greatest honor and experience of my life. Will always be, probably. And the downside of it was, as great as it was, the transition was extremely challenging. The first 10 months that I separated from active duty, I was unemployed. Again, you go through all those different stages where you question your career choices. It becomes a little depressing. It was hard, and you feel very defeated. And eventually, I found my way. And when I started my nonprofit in May of 2020, it became obvious to me that I didn't need to just focus on individuals joining the military and helping them understand their career paths and how they translate into the civilian world, so that when it does become time to transition out, you are going with a compass. I then realized I had to focus on individuals transitioning out of the military as well. So some roots in Navy recruiting. I served 4 years as a division officer recruiter, and then later as a regional officer of recruitment. I had a lot of knowledge about different career pathways, specifically for the Navy. And then yet again, I saw that was still too narrow. I needed to learn about the Army, the Air Force, and the Coast Guard, every single branch, because I didn't think that obviously service, as much as I love the Navy, didn't think that one's desire to serve should be limited by one branch. I had to be knowledgeable about all branches and all careers. So it's a massive amount of information, and it keeps me on my toes, and all the different programs out there, and educational resources and pathways, as you're joining and also as you're exiting the military and beyond. It is a wonderful learning experience, but also a rewarding experience to help those who are on that path. So that's what inspired me. And it certainly is a lifelong journey. We believe that service begins before you actually put on the uniform and long after. So helping individuals throughout their entire career path is what makes, I think, Mission to Commission unique. We don't just work with you when you're joining or when you're exiting. We help individuals way into their late 50s and 60s who are career pivoting and exploring different things that they can do, based on their military career and beyond.
That's fantastic. You say a lot of things that resonated with the business when I was with InVets. No surprises there. It's a hard transition from military to civilian, and people who haven't done it don't fully understand it. So tough. Okay, Ashton, I think you're last but not least. Okay.
Thank you. So Veteran Cancer Network, this idea started when my husband was in the ICU stay, but to be able to get there, it was actually a bit of a process. So my husband was misdiagnosed at the VA for months, with stage 3 testicular cancer, which there's 3 stages to testicular cancer, and it goes, 1, 2, and 3, but then there's A, B, and C. So he was considered late stage, but he kept on going back and forth to the VA complaining of back pain. And one of the things that he did is, what a lot of people do. We went to, Google, we went to AI trying to, figure out what was going on, because he was told it was everything, it was from in his head. It was IBS. It was a muscle strain. But if they had just done the imaging, they would have seen that he had a 9-centimeter tumor pushing up against his kidney, and it was causing kidney failure. What we ended up doing was going to a civilian hospital where he was diagnosed, and he immediately started getting treatment, but when he had gone to the VA, and I want to backdate that a little bit, when he had gone to the VA, he was actually told that he was too young for cancer, which I find ironic, because there are many children that get diagnosed with cancer, and obviously a lot of people in their older ages get diagnosed as well. And so it seemed to be that, we were, kind of getting missed, because, he was 34, in the 30s and 40s, a lot of people don't think of, the word cancer and it impacting them. So by the time, that, we were in the ICU, we started talking to other veterans, and that, what we realized is that, this is not an isolated incident. Many post 9/11 veterans that were receiving care through, not just the VA, but civilian healthcare or both, were having their military exposure symptoms, basically dismissed, a part of their medical record, their medical history. And it's not always considered, and I think it should be. And so we started the Veteran Cancer Network, because, veterans should not have to be diagnosed by accident like it was with my husband. We're working really hard towards earlier cancer detection, more education, better education, stronger peer support, and a healthcare that is really recognizing military service as a part of somebody's medical history. And so, we go around and, we talk to, civilian healthcare workers, we go to universities that are, basically, they're teaching the future of our medical personnel. And we, probe them to ask the question, have you ever served in the military? And that does a couple of different things. Obviously, we're focused on cancer, but there's so many things that plague the, military community that our healthcare is, able to start identifying. And just by asking that simple question, we can determine if, somebody is having some mental health challenges, or maybe they're having some food insecurity, or, things that are, specifically nuanced into the military community. And then we can start advocating and educating them on, the various organizations that are out there to be able to help them. So, I mean, it really all started because of my husband, but, we made a big splash, in the market. We're a relatively newer nonprofit. Although the idea has been around for years. We didn't actually start our nonprofit until December of last year. And, we've gotten some pretty big names behind us to, help support, in our endeavors and identifying that. And, one of the things that we did is we actually bicycled from Florida to Washington, D.C. to educate the community along the route on the word cancer, because it's a very scary it's a very scary word that a lot of people, especially younger people, just don't really want to sit there and talk about. And so, we talk about the good, bad, and the ugly. So, maybe somebody else can get that, get those symptoms recognized and get screened for it earlier. So maybe a stage 1 or stage 2 diagnosis is going to be a little bit easier than, a stage 3 or stage 4, which is when most people actually get diagnosed.
Wow, thank you. That's a hard story to hear. Sadly, cancer is no respecter of age, ever, or gender, or anything else. So I hope your husband's doing well right now.
No, he is. Thank you.
That's great. So, well, thank you all for that. Some very interesting sort of seeds that bring a nonprofit to life, which is great. One of these questions is going to be interesting. Because it's about what is the one leadership lesson that you've taken from your military experience and your background that shapes how you lead today. Okay, and let's start with Sheena.
One of the biggest lessons in military leadership has taught me. Let me back up and restart. One of the biggest lessons that I've learned from my military experience has been that leadership is evolution, and become good leaders. One second. I'm sorry, my phone is buzzing over there and it's driving me crazy. Okay. One of the biggest lessons is that leadership is evolution. We don't simply arrive one day and become good leaders. I believe we have a responsibility to keep refining ourselves, encounter new challenges, new technologies, new systems, and even new successes, all kind of help us evolve as we go. Along the way, we take care of our people and share tools and lessons with our people. But most importantly, we have to remain humble enough to realize that they're teaching us too. To me, good leadership is never a finished product. We should always be becoming better leaders every day. And if I ever feel like that I've arrived at leadership, at being a good leader, then I'm wrong.
Thank you. I think you're very right. Everybody's learning from everybody else. I always say that. And good leaders surround themselves by smart people, because a variety of ideas is always good, right? When you're working together. So, Tad, let's hear your leadership that you've brought with you. Oh.
Rank doesn't have a stranglehold on good ideas. You need to be able to listen to your soldiers, your peers, and just listen to them and take what they're saying, and show that you care about what they're saying, and incorporate that into your daily practices. Because I don't have all the good ideas, and we all don't have all the good ideas, and showing that you're willing to listen and care about them and their ideas. I think that does help, build that bond between you and your soldiers and your peers.
Absolutely. I think, just a quick aside before we move on, I think sometimes it's creating that psychological safety for people too, that they feel that they can share their ideas. Sometimes people feel that that's not allowed, so, which is crazy. But Natalie, let's hear yours.
Yeah, I love this question. There's so many things that I learned, but when I think about how it's all translated into the corporate world, I think the biggest takeaway is to act intelligently in the moment, perhaps ask for permission later. Don't ask for permission to step up. We're all, especially with military backgrounds, natural leaders. We've been in situations that have had very little resources, solving very difficult challenges. And there were many instances where, you know, we were put into these situations where you had to make a call that, especially in the medical field, affects people's health and their wellness. And you had to work with the knowledge that you have, the situation that you have, and go out there and do great things. And when our nonprofit mentors individuals, we want to remind them of that. You're capable of amazing things. You have the skills and the attributes to be successful. And you don't have to wait for someone to tell you to step up. It's on you. When you transition out of the corporate world, there's a lot of uncertainty, or any job outside of the military. You have to make it happen. Nobody's gonna hand you a roadmap. You have to find your own way. And so we work with that philosophy of imbuing people with the self-esteem and the know-how and the knowledge and skills to achieve whatever they want to set out to do. And that doesn't happen by standing still. You have to step up. I like to say, don't ask for permission to lead, and to lead well. So I think that's the greatest takeaway from at least 12 years and mentoring military and veterans the past 6.
That's great. Very sage advice, I have to say. Normally that don't ask for permission is followed by ask for forgiveness at the end, right? I think my kids sometimes follow that philosophy. So, okay. Steve.
Great question. I think the Marine Corps is a leadership academy in itself. So there's a tremendous amount of culture and expectations that go along with that. But some of that higher level thought process that gives you some flexibility is mission accomplishment and troop welfare. Mission, clearly our mission is changing lives through the power of bees, the prevention of suicide, the entrenchment into thriving in either a business setting or a family setting, but to remain flexible and keep focused on the people. So we have a saying at Hives for Heroes, people first, bees always. And we've really shifted the landscape of what beekeeping looks like as a geographically based kind of political type organization to a people first organization that cares about who you are, where you're coming from, how can we support, which aligns with that troop welfare, whether that's finances or things of that nature. Personal issues, we get calls all the time. We get, DMs all the time of just things that people don't want to put publicly, but you care about the people in the organization, wherever they are, and then get them the support and help they need, whether that's bees or something else. And then always, keeping focused on the mission accomplishment. What does it look like to succeed here? And what are our numbers of success? You can't measure anything without metrics. So we have connection metrics, timing metrics, and things like that. But ultimately, our metric is to keep our suicide rate at 0, which we have done over the past 8 years. So high level mission accomplishment and troop welfare.
I muted my mic. I wasn't sure if you could all hear my dog. So that's a fantastic accomplishment to get to suicides to 0. That's awesome. Well done. All right, next question. And you've all got very different nonprofits, right? So I'm interested to know what are the biggest challenges that veteran nonprofits face today? And how can we overcome them? There could be some great idea sharing here. So, or misery loves company, so we can all commiserate. But let's go off with that question. And Natalie, I don't think you've gone first yet. Let's put you first.
Sure. I think I might steal everyone's thunder here. It's the funding. You've got to be scrappy. You've got to learn how to be a marketer. Fortunately, in my career, transitioning from the medical service corps community, I wasn't a marketer, but there were elements of marketing as a Navy recruiter that certainly aligned and went hand in hand. And I use that as a foundation. Where there's a will, there's a way. We live in such an amazing time of technology and AI, and we are far further along than we were, say, when I first started this nonprofit 6 years ago. And so, where there's a will, where there's empowerment and resourcefulness and AI, you can now do the work of many as one person. And if you've got 5 people, do the math. It just continues to compound. So funding has been a challenge, but now with advances in AI, you can learn how to code, you can learn how to do mass communications, automate all sorts of things, and it's exciting. It's frightening, but also exciting at the same time. So that's been a way to get around some of those financial challenges and to do more with less. And I'm sure others can share my sentiment there. Would love to hear how they're getting around the challenge of maintaining a nonprofit, maintaining a tech stack, doing it reasonably. Tech stacks for donations, tech stacks for social media, content production, marketing communications and demand generation, all of that. It takes a village to build a nonprofit, but at least now with AI, it makes it a little bit easier.
Okay, thank you. Very comprehensive. Imagine my surprise when you said funding. It's such a challenge at the moment. Let's see, Ashton, what's your biggest challenge? You're relatively new as a nonprofit, so you've really kicked in at the best time for funding, haven't you?
Right. Yeah. I mean, my background, actually, I've been in the nonprofit space, mainly in behavioral health since 2018. So it's not something that's necessarily new to me, but it is new as a, founder with a board looking for my leadership as well. But I mean, I would have to agree with Natalie. I think one of the biggest challenges is going to be sustainability. I know here at the VCN, we have an all volunteer board. There is no paid staff. So, like many small nonprofits, we're just trying to serve the people. We're trying to build programs and raise funding and establish partnerships and really prove that our impact, is needed with the limited time and resources that we do have. But I also know that we're not alone. There are many other veteran organizations, competing for the same funding, the same attention. And, within that can create, duplicated services, even though that there are still, gaps that remain. I can't tell you how many times that I was working with a nonprofit, a brand new one, and, they were kind of encroaching outside of their gap that they were trying to focus on just because they were trying to chase that funding. And so, for me, I think that the answer is really greater collaboration and less concern about who is getting the credit, who is getting, that particular funding, because, we can't, as one organization, do absolutely everything and build every single program ourselves. We do have to rely on other organizations that are already, doing that something that whatever it is that they're doing, and they're already doing it well. So we can focus on the gaps that, our nonprofit was created to address. And I think that's, something that a lot of people, struggle with when they're chasing that funding and they're looking at that sustainability. Go back to your roots, look at, why you were created, try to find that same passion and those personal stories, because I guarantee you that that's going to open more doors, and be able to get funding, for the right people at the right time.
I agree with you. I think sometimes people work in silos when really they should be collaborating. And as you say, stay in your lane, push the ego aside and look at the end result, which is usually anybody in a nonprofit for veterans is always looking for the well-being of the veteran. And I think it's much more impactful if you can work together. So, Sheena.
I think one of the biggest challenges is to continue evolving alongside the communities that we serve. Veterans and military families aren't static population. Their needs change, technology changes, generations change, and the way people connect and engage change. For us at Operation Teammate, that's especially true because we serve young people who literally grow up changing, while many of them also moving from community to community. So we have to keep asking ourselves, not only what are we doing well, but what else do they need from us? Something that worked incredibly well for 5 to 10 years may still work incredibly well today. Evolution doesn't always mean replacing something. It can just mean building on and expanding something or creating another pathway alongside it. So the challenge isn't staying close enough. The challenge is staying close enough to the people we serve and ask ourselves, what can we do better or what can we do more of to provide that for our communities.
Perfect. I always say when a transition takes place, it's like an iceberg. There's the former military member at the top of it, but then the family spills out underneath, and everybody has a different need in that transition. And it's easy to overlook some of them, but I think if you can manage everybody, it makes for an easier transition. So it's nothing worse than a disgruntled teenager that can't do what they want to do. Well, there's probably a few things worse than that, but they can be challenging. So, okay. So, Tad.
Okay, I say one of the kind of problems that we've ran into, it's always funding, but with funding comes, since providing a free service, a lot of people are just like, well, since it's free, I don't have to show up. And it's like a no call, no show. And, they take our time and, they kind of take advantage of it, and, like everybody's saying, we're all scrapping for money, we're all scrapping for funds. And then queuing onto that is leveraging, new TTPs to raise funds, while trying to find the balance of how do I bug people without bugging people? How do we keep our emails? How do we go from going to the trash, the trash file and stuff, and then just leveraging. We started leveraging AI for our fundraisers now, so we're using Claude and ChatGPT to search for grants, and then we're also using them both to jam up our grant letters. And then we go back in and fine tune them. So it's just been a little bit of work, finding those prompts and stuff, just helping us make every little bit we can. I'm sure everybody else is in the same group.
Okay. Thank you. It's interesting. Steve?
I think everybody here is spot on. We all have our experiences. Funding is massive, especially as a growing organization with, utilizing additional resources. We've kind of gone through every stage of this from, small group, not even a nonprofit yet, transitioning into the nonprofits of the board, growing the organization. Now we have some full-time staff. So it's transitioned in a way that is constantly changing. One of our hardest things, I believe, at least on a personal level, and it's not hard for the organization necessarily, it's just hard on us when we have new requests that we don't traditionally focus on. And learning how to say no has been actually very difficult. We want to stay in our lane. We want to be the experts in our lane of what we do, fill our gap, as she talked about earlier, and kind of bridge together the military population, the first responder population, and the civilian population in a way that doesn't traditionally exist. And so we've had a tremendous amount of success doing that, but growing pains along the way, whether that was funding gaps, personnel gaps, technology gaps, and simply communication gaps to our own personnel. So keeping the mission, like kind of banging the drum, if you will. BC does a really good job of that, right? There's simple talking points over and over again. Those are things that we're learning to do as well. Even after 8 years of serving this community, we feel like we've just started, and all these incredible programs are coming along. And that's all based on the feedback loop from our personnel. So those that are out in the field are layers of leadership that filter that information, bring it up. And again, still sometimes the hardest part is saying no. We've said yes to almost everything in the beekeeping world. And now we kind of shed things off that don't have really an ROI. And I do mean that in finances oftentimes as well, because we are asked to go to a lot of places, but it might not return what we're looking for to grow the organization or serve that veteran and first responder.
Sure. Wow. It's interesting. I wonder if any of you have noticed an uptick in people using your services. I ask that just that in 2024, I think there were a quarter of the federal civilian workforce. Okay. And all the layoffs that happened at that time, whether you've noticed more people coming to you in the last year or so. That might be a hard question to answer right now, but certainly, you know, in the healthcare space as well, Ashton, you know, whether people are not getting the treatment more frequently than they should be.
I mean, I see that a lot, actually. I was actually a part of a roundtable out in California, and, you know, it was various nonprofits, for-profits, you know, but it was me. I was the only veteran nonprofit aimed at cancer. Or, you know, for cancer that was represented. And, you know, there had to have been like 60 or 80 other people, you know, all from varying organizations. And, you know, we are seeing that, you know, in this space that, you know, people, because of the finances, and I say the people, I mean the people going through cancer, they're having to choose between getting treatment or putting food on their table right now. And so I've been getting an uptick in people reaching out, you know, just for services. Cause I mean, there's so much noise out there with all these nonprofits, and it can be kind of hard to manage as, you know, the people that we're targeting, you know, to be able to come and help and everything. There's just so many nonprofits out there that they tend to sometimes go to maybe the wrong nonprofit, you know, that may not, you know, be as best fit for them. And so there's a lot of cross collaboration going on. But you know, we are definitely seeing, you know, on the, you know, especially with a lot of the layoffs, people losing health insurance. You know, we get a lot of phone calls and messages, you know, saying, hey, I need help. I don't know where to go. Can you help guide me? Because it's so nuanced, and the names obviously are really important too. And you're creating your nonprofits and your mission statement and making it easier for like Google Analytics to be able to find you. You know, are you targeting the right people? We had to kind of shift a little bit to make sure that we are targeting the right people, because it does, you know, kind of bog down, you know, our time in that sense as well, you know, of making sure that we're actually impacting the people that we need to impact. But we're not going to turn anyone away, whether you're a civilian or, you know, veteran or currently in the military. We'll help anybody we can.
That's great. Well, I'm a bit short of time, apparently. I've had a little poke on the time. So I've got one last question. All right. And I'll ask you all to answer it, you know, in one sentence or max two. I've forgotten my last question now. Where's it gone? Okay. What advice would you give veterans who want to start their own nonprofit or make a strong impact in their community? What would you say to them? Okay. Tad.
I would say maybe find a similar organization that you want to get into with, and volunteer and just kind of fill it out a little bit. I mean, go for it. Do it that way. That way you know what you're getting yourself into, because it's easy to step into the deep end of the pool.
Okay, thank you. Sheena.
I would say relationships, leveraging relationships, never underestimate the value of making relationships, partnerships, sponsors. I mean, just connections with people in general. Those go a long way.
Yep. Okay. Steve.
I would definitely encourage a lot of research around the processes and building of a nonprofit, the sustainability apparatuses of building a nonprofit. You kind of research what it actually takes to fund. I think another aspect of that would be learning, but also seeing if there are others out there. I agree with Tad on this part. we have gotten some of our best members of our organization from having what they thought might have been a similar idea and joining the mission. Incredible leaders that they could have started their own things, but decided that we're better together. So I would really do some research around where you're going, what you're doing, how you're doing it, because the veteran nonprofit space is pretty large. It takes a long time to start up unless you're somehow connected or have those relationships that you just mentioned as well. But it is a long-term endeavor, and I would definitely put succession planning in one of those top things, as well as you rotate leadership and hopefully rotate yourself to do better, bigger and better things as well, and let others step up into these leadership roles that we really designed Hives for Heroes for.
Thank you. That's great. Natalie?
Yeah, this is another great question. And I tell people this all the time, because I speak to a lot of veterans, and the first thing they say is, I want to be an entrepreneur, or I want to start a nonprofit. And of course, those are wonderful things. But I always tell them, please don't do it when you first get out of the military. Go out into the workforce, at least for 5, maybe 10 years, or however you think it's the right time, depending on the amount of funding that you have. But get your experience, learn what it's like to operate in a company, with positive revenue streams. Learn even to be a marketer. Every single business owner out there, especially in today's day and age, it's aggressively competitive. You've got to learn how to market and brand yourself and your company. That takes time. It's not something that you figure out overnight. Please go ahead, run to the bank and get all these loans. You've got to have a healthy amount of savings that will also set you up if you do lose your full-time job. And everyone should have a full-time job when they're first starting out versus plunging into a nonprofit, which is challenging as it is. That's my biggest piece of advice. Don't give up. It's a challenge, but it's definitely can be the most rewarding challenge of your career, but go about it smartly.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. And then Ashton, there is a question from one of the people in the audience as well. We'll try and get to that afterwards. Can you guys see that one? Would love to understand how donors are changing and what they are looking for in their support of veteran organizations. Maybe you can have a quick think about that before I'm, removed from the screen forcibly. Ashton.
Yeah, I mean, I sit there and I tell everybody this before starting a nonprofit or any business, actually, just make sure that you're passionate about paperwork and fundraising and unanswered emails, that really is about making your mission, because, it requires both. And, I had a really good friend, a mentor of mine that told me that just because, it's a nonprofit doesn't mean that you can't be profitable. In fact, you do need to be profitable. If not, you'll fail. So, and a lot of that is with that nuanced stuff. And as a small nonprofit, I've worked on large nonprofits, and now I'm working on my small one. You wear a lot of different hats, and paperwork is my kryptonite, but it's necessary.
Right. I heard somebody at one of the SVC conferences say, if you can't look after your own finances and stay healthy, do not start your own business. Okay.
I would add on that to the donor side of Zachary's question is every donor has a different need or desire or want. So building the relationships is really that important part, and donors are as individual as we are as humans. So I would really challenge somebody to not look at what a target is for dollars, but really building the relationship, because we've had really great donors coming from secondaries, as in the person we're talking to might not, but they knew somebody else that did enjoy this mission, and then has walked alongside of us as we've grown.
Perfect. That's a great answer. Well, I just want to thank everybody for their time today. It's great doing panels, but sometimes you want to really dig deep and there's never enough time. But really interesting work that you're all doing. It's been an absolute pleasure to be sitting here and asking you questions. And I wish all of you every success, because when you're successful, you're looking after the people who've served us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Hey, that's amazing. Thank you so much. As we had a couple technical issues, which happens sometimes in these forums, hopefully the noise doesn't overcome the magic that you're all providing here today. So I just want to say, hey, thank you, Sarah, is a great moderator, and our panelists. Sincerely, thank you everyone from TAD who's in the room, all the way out to our folks that are not in the room as our great panelists. So thank you so much for your words of wisdom. I'm going to tell you up front, I'm learning things from you all in this too. And I think we're all learning something from one another when it comes to, these nonprofit panels. I think this is one of those things we want to keep in the Veteran Coach Network, and we want to bring you all back in, but bring in other nonprofits as well. And I think I mentioned November 7th, we're looking for donations. We're also looking for other recruiters that want to be a part and continue to work with the Veteran Coach Network, where we can take some proceeds in and make a donation to a particular nonprofit November 7th. So stay tuned for more of that. I really appreciate you all. We're going to try, we're going to do we're going to flip over and get everyone ready in the next room. Thank you all so much. And thank you for supporting the Veteran Coach Network. See you soon.
Thank you.
Hey, we're gonna ask a quick question.
Welcome to the Veteran Coaching Network, where iron sharpens iron. Let us build your future.
Live from Leavenworth, Kansas, and Fuse Workspace in Austin. Or join us virtually. We are going hybrid. Unleash your leadership potential. Find your purpose. Stand in the spotlight.
The hybrid event begins now. Lead, connect, and grow.
Join our veteran book authors and storytellers. Support our veteran nonprofits, vetrepreneurs, and business owners.
Welcome to the Veteran Coaching Network, where iron sharpens iron. Let us build your future.
Live from Leavenworth, Kansas, and Fuse Workspace in Austin. Or join us virtually. We are going hybrid. Unleash your leadership potential. Find your purpose. Stand in the spotlight.
The hybrid event begins now. Lead, connect, and grow.
Join our veteran book authors and storytellers. Support our veteran nonprofits, vetrepreneurs, and business owners. Veterans in AI.
A leader forged in service. Discover the power of purpose. Founder Luke Medveggie.
Hey, we're going to ask a quick question. Do you believe in the Veteran Coaching Network and its mission? I believe.
I believe some of our strongest leaders have spent their lives serving others. And when their service changes, their sense of purpose shouldn't disappear with the uniform. I believe every veteran deserves someone in their corner as they discover their next mission. And that's why I believe in the Veterans Coaching Network and what we're building together.
I'm at the Goal Achiever Summit right now, but I want to step out and tell you guys that I believe that we all face giants in our life. And I've been training people just like you how to fight and win on the battlefield of the mind. To take every thought captive and defeat the giants that have been holding you back for years. Sergeant Q, I can't wait to see you guys.
Hello, my name is Sheena Veal, and I believe the greatest impact happens when we all work together. And I believe that the Veteran Coaching Network has the potential to connect veterans with industry professionals eager to help them navigate their next mission.
I believe that men and women leaving the military, whichever branch, do have a lot of different needs. I believe that the Veteran Coaching Network can service many of those needs with the tools and resources that they offer.
Hi, my name is Jeff Halliday, and I'm a part of the Veterans Coaching Network, and I believe in Luke Medveggie and everything he's trying to do with the Veterans Coaching Network and his mission.
Whatever it is you need help with, if I can't help you, I can find somebody that can. Most importantly, if you need somebody to talk to, I'm here for you 24/7, 365. Please reach out. Rangers lead the way.
We believe. We believe in the Veteran Coaching Network.
Hey, my name is Luke Medveggie. I'm the founder of the Veteran Coaching Network. Thank you all for coming today. We have such a great lineup still for the rest of today. First and foremost, hey, I just want to say again, thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sheena. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Tad, for the last panel on veterans and nonprofits. Is absolutely amazing. Y'all absolutely connecting vets in a great way, in a great space. Hey, today we have one of our co-founders, Leanne. Leanne Hudson is not a veteran, she's a patriot. But Leanne is also a professional coach, and she has a vast background. She's been on this journey with me about a year and a half, and she doesn't have to do this. She does it because she cares and she believes, as you heard in the Veteran Coaching Network. Folks, I want to point out one really important pedantic point is that this is not called the Luke Coaching Network. This is called the Veteran Coaching Network. This is where the tide rises, all boats go with it. We are here to help veterans meet them where they at. We have a philosophy. One of the philosophies is no ego in an ecosystem, but another philosophy that we have is absolutely key to what we do every day. If you are a Lance Corporal or a 4-star general, we believe that you are a problem solver at your level. So we like to bring veterans into the Veteran Coaching Network, and we call it talent management, help align them into a path that they would agree upon, that they want to go through for coaching, and we align them with mentors. And this is a great, and then at the end, we have panels, and this is a great opportunity today where we're going to start off with our next panel, venturepreneurs, entrepreneurs, founders, and business owners. This is a great panel. We have so many great friends of mine that are on this panel that I've spent the last year or longer with folks and learning from them. Regardless if it's through the Institute of Veteran Military Families, I might have met them at an EDGE conference, or regardless if it was maybe at the Military Influencer Conference, or maybe it was just in the Veteran Coaching Network where we came together. But also this is where vets come together. And I have a saying that I heard once from another veteran group, and this guy said it was absolutely spot on. He said that, you know, as a veteran, you throw one rock and it skips across the pond. It's just one rock. But as you surround yourselves with folks who are willing to help you work together, and you all skip rocks, you could create a wake that's big enough to change a shoreline. And that's why we're here today at the Veteran Coaching Network, that no veteran should ever have to do 3,500 job applications and feel lost. You feel like, what's going on? What am I going to do next with my life? No, come together and maybe learn from these veteranpreneurs, learn from these veteran nonprofits, join a nonprofit, and learn from the veteran book authors and storytellers. And at the very end, learn from the vets in the AI space. So, hey, folks, again, thank you for supporting us. And I'm going to turn this over to Leanne Hudson. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Luke. And I just want to say good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everyone and anyone who's out there. I am Leanne Hudson, co-founder of the Veterans Coaching Network. As Luke said, I am a patriot. My grandfather was part of the Royal Canadian Corps of Engineers. I am a business and executive coach with nearly 30 years of manufacturing experience. I'm an author, and I am honored to bring you this esteemed group of panelists today. So we are talking about how veterans are building businesses, leading organizations, and creating opportunities beyond the military service. So I am going to just ask the panelists here today to introduce themselves. I'm going to give you about 2 minutes each, if you will, to go around and give us your top highlights, please. So I'm going to go in alphabetical order. Let's start with Aaron Barnes.
Hey, everybody. My name is Aaron Barnes. I own a company called Compact Care. I served in the U.S. Army from 2009 all the way through 2017, a couple of combat deployments. Most of the stuff that I was involved in was, satellite telemetry all the way through military intelligence. But I started a company when I got out because I saw there was a big need for hygiene products in the field. And I noticed that there was a big leap between hand sanitizers and, facial towels and what are the like when you're out there in the field. So my company, Compact Care, makes these products that are available on compactcareline.com. And that's pretty much my story. You guys will get a little bit more here in a little bit.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Aaron. Let's go to Katrina Golden.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Katrina Golden, and I'm the founder and CEO of Little Mama Sweets and Treats. I'm an Air Force veteran, retired federal employee, wife, mom, and entrepreneur. What started as baking family recipes for friends and coworkers has grown into a business that has generated over $600,000 in revenue, serves veterans and healthcare workers every day through our VA cafe, and is expanding into hospital systems and retail. Entrepreneurship wasn't something I planned. It was something I grew into. Every challenge forced me to learn something new, and every setback became another lesson that helped the business that we have today. Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much, Katrina. And Sergeant Q.
Hey, glad to be here, you guys. Yeah, my name is Aaron Quinones, but most people know me as Sergeant Q. I'm a Marine, and I served with 1st Anglico. It was a great job. I got to blow up a lot of really cool stuff, jump out of airplanes. But after returning from my deployment to Iraq, I was really struggling with mental health and ended up losing my job, my house, my girlfriend, everything. Found myself homeless, living on the street. And so for me, entrepreneurship wasn't really a choice, more than it was a last resort. I couldn't hold down a job. So I started a small janitorial company, just me and another guy scrubbing toilets in the middle of the night. And I've since learned how to take control of my mental health. And I've grown that janitorial company into having over 150 employees. And we're the second largest independently owned commercial cleaning company in the Pacific Northwest. Since then, I've built 5 other 6-figure businesses, and I'm one of the top scaling leadership coaches in the country. I was on a reality TV show called The Blocks, and I won 2 seasons of that. And now I'm a coach and judge for that reality show as well. Along the way, I built a nonprofit, Missions, where we received multiple awards from the Department of Veterans Affairs, helping veterans learn to take control of their mental health journey. And how I built all of my companies is by investing in my employees in their mental health journey. It's been my definitive cutting edge that I've built everything on. And it's one thing that I bring into my coaching as well, is teaching people how to take control of their thoughts, feelings, and emotions so they can have better outcomes.
Fantastic. Thank you. And Mike.
Hi, my name's, hello everybody, and welcome. My name's Mike Salvatierro. I'm the owner and operator of Industrial Fence Inc., a company in Chicago, another company, Perimeter Security Solutions, and we also started not-for-profit security innovation hubs. I'm also a United States Marine, an inventor, and have over 37 patents. We create security products for critical infrastructures. And it's based here in Chicago, Illinois. Thank you.
Short and sweet. Okay. And Bradley Wood.
I'm Bradley Wood. I'm the founder of Prism Forge LLC, and our flagship product is Minute Lens. Recently, I ran for our county council and realized that information is all scattered out there, but I can leverage technology to really help improve small communities to be able to present their meeting minutes in a concise and efficient way, to improve civic engagement, and really all of the other solutions out there just really ignore small communities. And so it's really about focusing on small communities and equipping their staff to provide transparency and accountability. And I'm an entrepreneur through and through. I've done some farming, drone operating, different things like that. And so I always am trying to solve problems one solution at a time.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Introductions were fantastic. So we are going to jump right into our questions. And I am going to ask each of you to answer the majority of these questions. And then I will ask some specific questions of each of you, if you don't mind. So I'd love to hear from each of you. What inspired you to become an entrepreneur, and what problem that your business solves? And so some of you actually went into that when you were introducing yourself. So just expand upon it a bit. And so we will, and we'll go in that same order. So Aaron, if you want to take that away. And when I say Aaron, I'm going to go with Aaron Barnes, and Sergeant Q, I will address you as Sergeant Q.
So I have a couple of reasons that I started being an entrepreneur. Most of it was because we had a lot of success in the military. And you ought to think of all of the problem solving capability that military veterans have. And in the previous panels, some of the other veterans had touched upon how important it was for their leadership structure for when they got out to create a routine. And a lot of veterans struggle with that for purpose. So I had a lot of questions when I got out. A lot of direction was lost. And what it really ended up being, and I decided for myself, is more than money, I wanted to help people. And what was the best way I could solve that as an engineer? How could I help people more than, give them money? And Compact Care came from a lot of different things. I had friends that saw that I was getting ready to start doing this company, and they reached out and they said, I have similar hygiene issues. One of my friends who was an amputee, due to his service overseas, saw that I was making compression towels and replacements for soaps that were all natural. And he said, I see that you making these things. I have a hard time getting out of the shower. Can you help me with that? It's kind of embarrassing. I don't really want to talk to anybody about it. I said, absolutely. Let me see what I can put together. I put together a product called Snoodle Scrubs, and they're a rinse-free bath solution that you can climb in and out of the shower wherever you are. And it helps people with mobility. So you pull out a single one of the sponges, add a little bit of water, and you can scrub your body without having to, with limited water. So it gives people dignity. And that's just one of the many problems that my company solves. Having something that helps people through and through wherever they are, whether it's emergency disaster relief or just staying clean on the go or keeping the kids in check or encouraging kids to wash their hands wherever they go. So those are just a few of the things that have inspired me. And we solve hygiene on the go. Our Compact Care, where clean meets convenience, stay clean anywhere.
Yeah, that is really inspiring, because honestly, Aaron, when you started to answer that, I thought you were going towards philanthropy. And so you surprised me with that answer. So thank you. Thank you for that. So Katrina, same question.
What inspired me? Well, I kind of fell into this business. When I retired from the federal government, when I left the military, I went straight into civil service. So I still work for the government. I tell people I still work for the government. I just changed my uniform, put on civvies instead of having to put on some BDUs. But I had been baking for friends and family for ages. And after a few good girlfriends, basically had to come to Jesus meeting with me one day and said, listen, you need to sell this stuff. And I was telling them I'm not. And they said, you are, and I'm not. And, we went back and forth for a little while. And then we just, I did a church vendor event and sold everything we had. I said, we might be onto something here. So that's kind of how Little Mama Sweets and Treats got started. People that had our desserts, overwhelmingly, they would tell us, this tastes like my grandmother used to make. This tastes like my mama used to make. I haven't had this since, insert family member used to make it for me. So that's how we got started. And we have loved seeing the reaction from our customers and basically bringing that nostalgia back, that time where, you wanted to lick the bowl because you were in the kitchen with your mom and them or whoever was the baker in your family, and you wanted to lick the bowl and you couldn't wait for what came out of the oven. So we bring that back, and that, gives people a sense of kind of like bringing back, the good cartoons, if you will.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how we got started, and that's what we've been doing for the past 7 years.
Okay. So nostalgia.
Yes.
Okay. I love it. I love it. There's nothing like a sense of family, a sense of home, foundation, grounding. Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's what we bring back.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Sergeant Q, I think you touched on it a bit, but.
Yeah, for me, it was just desperation. The last jobs I kind of had were in the service industry, and I'd done janitorial before. In the Marine Corps, you clean a lot of stuff. So when I'm living in my car, it's like, well, what can I do? I couldn't really get hired anywhere, but I had some friends that were in the commercial cleaning, and they wouldn't hire me because I wasn't reliable. But they said, if you can get your own thing started, we'll subcontract some stuff to you. So I started what I called reliable commercial cleaning. And I did that. because I wasn't very reliable at the time. And so it was a daily reminder to be reliable, be reliable. And I really built a really good business model on that one thing, because that's one thing that I found was missing in the janitorial industry was reliability and consistency. And I figured out why. It's because the turnover rate is so high, over 300% in the janitorial world, 300%, because nobody ever said, I want to be a janitor when I grow up. So the average employee is there about 18 months and then they move on. I recognized this right away and we started putting things in place. And what I found is that I wasn't really cleaning buildings as much as I was building people. And if I could build people really well, I could educate them on what they needed to do and then empower them with the right tools and training and then just encourage them along the way, they would build my business for me. I've reduced my turnover rate down to 67% by investing in my people. And that's what inspires me now. So it's changed over time. I'm not super passionate about cleaning buildings, but I am super passionate about helping people overcome the giants that are in their life. And I've been doing that with my employees and with veterans. And now I do it for other organizations, teaching them these same principles on how to invest in your people, and they will build your business for you. So when you go into business, what you started out doing, what you thought you got into it, it may change over time. It may grow into something else. Now I have 5 different businesses and they all have their different missions and their different ethos, but it all comes back to the same thing, which is people. It's something that God has been training me for the last 18 years, that the people are the mission. Because I can get hyper-focused on accomplishing whatever the tasks are, getting those things done. But when I changed my focus to people, it changed everything. Because when I educate, empower, and encourage them, they take care of my customers and they do it really well. They're reliable and consistent. And that's what I'm passionate about now, is helping my employees become the very best version of themselves, knowing that when I do that, they may leave for other opportunities. And I'm okay with that. But odds are they're going to stay. So that's really what inspires me now as an entrepreneur, is the people.
You're absolutely right. And what comes to mind for me when you are talking about that is that the 4 C's, the 4 intangible C's that make up 80% of the success in a business are structural, customers, human, and social. And that the most important one in there is social. And, 80% is exactly what you're talking about. That's your culture. And so if you pour yourself into just those intangibles, your company will be highly valuable. And so
it is. John Maxwell talks a lot about this, and he talks about the 5 levels of leadership. And there's a gap though, because level 3 to level 4, level 3 is all about production, getting really good at what you do, really good at it. And when you're really good, sometimes it's hard to empower other people because you want to take it back and you want to do it because you're the guy who knows it all. But you'll never get to level 4, which is people. And that's where I created the educate, empower, and encourage, because those are the steps to getting from level 3 production, doing everything yourself, to truly becoming an entrepreneur where you're having other people, you're empowering them to actually do the work and have the success, and you're now investing in them. Otherwise, an entrepreneur just has a job. You've really bought yourself a job if you're doing all the work. When you start investing in other people, that's where you become an entrepreneur.
You are absolutely right on. You need to have the people in your business being the ones that are running that business, and the leader can be focused on the business, not in the business. So
that's right. The vision. You got to be casting the vision and getting the tools and training your people need to be absolutely wildly successful.
Yeah. And it's very bold to put your key value right in your title, or right in your business name, reliable. So very good. All right. Who are we on? Mike. I'm going to repeat the question in case we forgot. What inspired you to become an entrepreneur, and what problem does your business solve? I think you're on mute, Mike.
Thanks for that. All right, my story is going to probably be going to resonate with a lot of our listeners. To be honest with you, what inspired me to start my business was probably my wife. What happened was I was working for 2 other companies, one company in particular before I started. If you're that guy working at 80 hours, you're overachiever, taking care of somebody else's business, you realize that you have what it takes. And when my wife told me that how many hours I was out of the house, when she broke it down, my hourly pay was barely minimum wage. So I took the big leap of faith, and I started a company. I knew I had it. I always say that, veterans don't start businesses, we execute missions. You already had that mindset when you're in the military. If you learned it, I've always was an overachiever through my career in the military. I maintained 300 PF tier, and I always wanted something better. I always knew that something else was out there. I looked at things differently. And one of the things I wanted to continue doing was serving. I love serving. So even though I took off the military uniform, I put another uniform on. And I saw the vulnerability in this country. I had the opportunity to defend this country in 2 combat zones. And my deployment, in the 80s was with the cartels. In the 90s was terrorism in Iraq. And I got to see what security looked like. And saw how vulnerable this country was and who was our security. So I built a company that built American-made products. I realized the majority of the security products that came from other countries besides America. And so when I started started as a manufacturer. I started making my own products, my own security barrier products. My first invention, I tell you, we always tell everybody, go find your passion and then find a job to pay you. We got it all wrong. Your passion will find you. My first invention, when I got my first patent, my wife threw a party for me. And on that plaque, when I looked at the plaque, I saw my name. And I share the same name with my dad. So my dad came to this country from Mexico, but he came during the Vietnam and he got his amnesty and became American citizen. He wanted to give us the greatest gift to come to this country. So I paid homage to him and I joined the Marine Corps. But on that there, I saw my name, it said inventor. I looked up to the heavens. I lost my dad 2 years before that. And people knew my dad, people called him MacGyver because he invented a lot of stuff. He didn't understand intellectual property. But the second thing, what I realized, and this was my purpose following me, is the date. The date of my patent was September 11th.
Oh.
And right there and then, 3,200 souls were lost that day. And I said, okay, God, this is my mission. This is my purpose. And I haven't stopped creating since then. And I went on our 37th patent.
Wow.
So we create security products. We have the only security product certified to go critical infrastructures, nuclear plants that we blast with C4 and succeeded. So we're building products designed to take care of tomorrow's threats. That threats we haven't seen yet.
Yeah.
But that's what I do, and that's what inspires me.
That's incredible. I mean, your passion just speaks through, and the connections to September 11th, it just speaks volumes.
And one of the things too, I'll tap into also is that I was on a podcast recently, and somebody asked me, how many employees I have.
Mm-hmm.
I said 0. I said, how do you maintain a $30 million company with 0 employees? I said, the military taught me one thing: we have brothers and sisters. You ask me how many souls that work for me? 120. 120 souls. Those are my brothers. Those are my family. When you treat them as family, when you treat them and understand the spirit that they have and they carry, then they'll go to battle for you every day. Employees are looking for the next thing. A team member is looking for a family. looking for purpose. So build your purpose. Be that purpose.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Well, it shines through, and that's an incredible thing. So thank you for sharing that, Mike.
Thank you.
Okay, Bradley.
Yeah. So the problem that my business ends up solving is really connecting data from various places and forges it into clarity. So what really inspired it was really a wheel tax was being implemented in our county. And I thought that the information that was being presented was not just or fair. So that prompted me to run for county council as a candidate. And through that process, I realized that yes, information is publicly available, but publicly available does not necessarily mean transparent. And so through that process, I realized that there's this information, that information, that information. But if I could leverage technology to be able to bring it together and make it affordable for small communities, that would prompt residents to engage in local civics. Because one thing I realized when I was running is that so many people were turned off by local civics that they weren't going to be showing up at the local meetings and being involved. But if I can make a tool that in 30 seconds, they can figure out when was this topic last mentioned, they can point to the meeting minutes. And then now with YouTube, they have the ask button. They can go directly into that live meeting and say, when in this video did this happen? And so it really ends up being a powerful tool. And what's kind of funny is just on this entrepreneurial journey is how things can come full circle.
Yeah.
So like in 2013, I worked for a small city government out in Southern California when I lived there. And I was kind of working on a similar thing. But I also learned that government typically overpays for vendor solutions. And they get like the 3 quotes, and even if they go with a quote, there is the chance of it creating 60% more work and only solve 40% of the problem. And so really with the Minutelands product that I built, it's really targeted for all of these small communities that don't have large budgets, that don't have a full IT staff to be able to implement this. So that's really what sparked. And I feel like entrepreneurs are born, and then the problems kind of present themselves, and then the entrepreneur is always seeking to solve and figure out a creative solution to those problems.
Right. So interesting. I think what I take from what you have said is this idea that I'm going to go to the seek to understand, but also this term that I use in my hosts a lot, which is assume good intent. And if you don't have the information at your hand, we as humans tend to make things up. And so by creating this tool and helping people solve this problem, you are preventing people from having this unknown. And so they can create this world where they think, kind of bad things are going on in the council, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's my take on it, because we naturally, as humans, create conflict. It's just a natural state. When we don't know something, we tend to assume it's not great.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so you're creating something that gives us information that we need.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's great. Thank you. Appreciate that. If I've misunderstood that, then clear it up. Okay. Okay, good. We're going to go for another question here. And this one is, what strategies have helped you grow or scale your business successfully? Let's go back up to Aaron.
So I've learned a lot in this journey to start with scaling my business, because it started out as just me.
Mhm.
And it began by talking to other people that had health related issues that stemmed from emergencies that had happened here in Florida. We had had a major category 5 hurricane called Hurricane Ian.
Mm.
And there was a lot of issues with getting medical supplies, getting evac routes, getting people what they needed in the locations they were at. And then, just before that, we had the COVID experience, which everything had changed at that point, being able to stay clean wherever you are. And most people were heavily dependent on social media and connection that way. So I invoke a couple of different strategies. I kind of throw my advertising on its head. The way that I changed how I advertised, I stopped really focusing on what my products were and focused on talking to the right people and then invoking the solution out of them and introducing the products to them. And it created a really interesting dynamic on the way that my products started being introduced to people all over: camping, hiking, fishing, medical staff, elderly care, post-surgical care, even as simple as cooling towels. So because my products are all natural, they fit a lot of different dynamics that I never thought they would. Firefighters and first responders often have to deal with dangerous chemicals, just like military personnel overseas. And the one thing they all have in common is they don't have a good solution that doesn't require a bunch more chemicals.
Mm.
So when I talked to all of these different people, they really gave me the matrix that turned into Compact Care, social media, and outreach. So we work with a lot of nonprofits. We also make hygiene kits for homeless veterans. So word of mouth has been a huge thing. It's, hey, have you tried these products at compactcareline.com? Why is it better than baby wipes?
Mm.
So really, it turned into a whole conundrum, because I'm a guy who's very interested in being an engineer, not so much as a marketing guy. And it ended up turning to speaking to the right people, and it grew exponentially. And those
Amazing.
are all the tactics that we invoke in changing how the world lives.
Yeah. I mean, what led you to just start doing that, talking to people in a world that today really isn't about talking to people?
I think all of us, when we leave service, it's probably, and it's the way I would describe it. When you leave service is probably the biggest mortal wound that most people that are in the service end up leaving, because you develop all these relationships.
Yeah.
So when you get out, it's very difficult to find your ground and build that voice.
Mhm.
So instead of talking, I decided to listen.
Mhm.
And that made all the difference.
Great.
Listening to people in all of their diverse, situations. And I thought, man, I really got a lot of bad things going on in my life. And then I went down to the VA and volunteered some time in some of the amputee wards. Donated some time, spent some time at My Warrior's Place down in Punta Gorda, which is a fantastic retreat facility. They got, 3 tactical shooting ranges, camping, hiking, and fishing, and cottages you can stay in. And I met a lot of really amazing people there. The woman who runs it, her name is Kelly Kowal. Her son is a her son passed away in Afghanistan in 2009. She's a Gold Star parent. And instead of, taking that tragedy and falling apart like she had every right to do, she turned it into some magic.
Mhm.
And she continues to help people. So, I aspired to learn the same way. If the words and the things that I'm doing can help people grow
Yeah.
and build, then it takes time to listen. It's worth it.
Yeah. Yeah. Fantastic nuance there. And then there are multiple levels to listening. And so we won't get into that here, but there's definitely multiple levels to that. So, okay, fantastic. Thank you for sharing, Aaron. Katrina, would you mind sharing that as well? Do you need the question?
I think I got it.
Well, for our listeners, what strategies have helped you grow or scale your business successfully?
One of the biggest strategies has been being willing to pivot without abandoning the vision. All of my military brothers here, because I'm the only female vet here, but all of my military brothers, my service member brothers here, understand knowing how to pivot. Okay, because sometimes things don't always go as planned, but you cannot abandon the mission, the vision, and the mission and the vision. So we didn't do that. We started by selling desserts, but we've continued to look for new ways to serve customers. From opening our VA hospital cafe. My brother that just spoke before me, you understand what it's like being in the VA. You've been there. So we served our veterans and their veteran family there. To launching our coffee and dessert trailer. We have a mobile coffee and dessert trailer. To expanding into another healthcare system. The mission for us never changed, but the opportunities did. And we had to be willing to pivot along with those opportunities. Another strategy for us has been saying yes to opportunities that build credibility. We've been like this, for example, being on this panel is one of those ways that we're able to build credibility within not just this community, but the community at large. So they know that it's not just about desserts for us. For us, I tell people all the time, it's more than just cake. Cake is the vehicle, if you will, that gets us to be able to do different things. We're active in our community. We volunteer, and my staff volunteer at many different nonprofit organizations and events and things like that. So we're always out in the community. People look for us. They see the yellow trailer. They know there's going to be at least some good coffee and some good dessert somewhere at that event. And finally, I've learned that growth doesn't happen in isolation. One of my other brothers talked about, he doesn't do this, but he can't do this by himself. We don't either. We've had mentors, coaches, and fellow entrepreneurs, especially fellow veteran entrepreneurs, have changed and challenged my thinking and helped me to avoid mistakes I would have made on my own. Trust me, because I'm the one that, will jump off the cliff and figure out where my parachute is later. But building the right relationships has been just as important for us as building the business. No man is an island. So if you think that you can do this by yourself, I would submit that you're sadly mistaken. There's always somebody that's three steps ahead of you that can give you some insight. Like, I wouldn't necessarily jump off that particular cliff, but this one over here might not be so bad. So they can steer you and guide you to help you so that you're not making mistakes that could be avoided.
Yeah. A couple of key points you made there, Katrina, I think are so important. That community involvement, that volunteering, getting out there, that building credibility is so important. And getting that coaching and that mentorship. I am a coach. I've been a coach for 20 years. I have a coach and I have a mentor. I'm just going to put that out there.
The coaches need a coach and the mentors need a mentor. We also, coach, new businesses as well. And I have a coach. I have a mentor, that I speak to often. In fact, I just talked to her yesterday and she's like, "You're doing good. I wouldn't do this, but I would do that. I would try this versus that. Or have you thought about maybe they'll give you a perspective that you didn't even think about, coming, especially in business, to do what we do. So, everybody needs somebody, I feel, to be accountable to. And that's one of the things we learn in the military. We're always accountable to somebody. There's somebody ahead of us, somebody over us that we're accountable to. So, I carry that into my business, even into, civil service. I'm always accountable to somebody, whether it be the general public, whether it be a supervisor, whether it be, a mentor or a coach. Being accountable and being coachable helps as well.
That's right. And I saw Sergeant Q responded to that, and we're going to hand it over to him next. So, Sergeant Q, what strategies have helped you grow or scale your business successfully?
Yeah, both the vets that went before me, they hit it right on the head. Giving back is something that's huge, and not just giving back. So I'm going to echo both of those points quickly. I don't just give back, but I bring my entire company into that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's part of what I do every year is I talk about how we give back to the community. Q Missions is our veteran nonprofit where we take veterans on a retreat to Mexico. And it's twofold because the majority of my employees are Hispanic. So we do a mental health retreat down in Mexico, teaching them that there's healing through serving God and serving their communities. And then we go build a home for a homeless family in 2 days. And so I share that with my employees, showing that they're part of something bigger than themselves. That in the middle of the night, when they're scrubbing toilets and I don't think anybody cares, that this family cares. Because of their hard work, our profits are able to go and not only help veterans, but help house a homeless family. So not just doing the work, but doing the outreach and the work, but making sure that your people understand why we do that has been vital to the health of my company. And then the part about having a coach and a mentor, I tell people this. I don't coach a lot of people because I don't care about helping you make money. Like making money is cool, but really I want to help you make impact. So I'm very, very limited on who I will coach because most people want me to teach them how to make a bunch of money. And I want to teach you how to make a bunch of impact. And so we have to be in alignment.
Yeah.
And here's what I tell people. I say, look, you can either pay a coach or you can pay life through the mistakes that you're going to make. But either way, you're going to pay. And it's just the reality. So here's one of the other strategies that I've used. It's very practical in your business. I don't care what you're doing. If you're making a widget, you're providing a service, you're cleaning toilets like I do. It doesn't matter. Your goal should be to make your customer feel like a hero. That should be your goal every single day. And this is what I teach my employees, that we do everything that we can to make sure our customers are successful. Our customers are not the end user in the business. Our customer has 3 layers. Our customer is actually a property management company that manages a building for an ownership group. That ownership group has customers, which are the people who rent space in those facilities. And those people have customers that come in and get service or get products. So there are different levels. And so my job is to make sure that everybody in that chain feels like a hero. Here's the psychology behind a clean building. When people walk in and the entryway is dirty and the glass has got fingerprints and they use the bathroom and the paper towels aren't filled up and it's kind of dingy and it smells like urine, on a subconscious level, people feel very uncomfortable. Their cortisol increases and it reduces their capacity to make good decisions. And so they buy less because they feel uncomfortable. They don't even know how to articulate this. This is something that happens on a subconscious level. So since I understand the brain-body connection, and I know that those first impression areas are so vital to the success of my customer's business, we focus 80% of our time on first impression areas, the areas that the customers are going to see and experience the most. Then we'll empty internal trashes in people's cubicles and it'll get done, but that's less of a priority than the places that their customers are going to experience. Their customers are not going to see some wastebasket in some copy room in the back of the building. What they are going to see is the front lobby, the entryway glass, the restrooms, and whoever's office they're going into. So we make sure that those places are spotless. And here's the thing. My employees know that they cannot break a company policy unless they do it to accomplish the mission and stay in keeping with our core values. Here's a practical exercise for this. I had a supervisor who knew that you can't use overtime unless you get authorization because overtime kills our labor. So she knows that, but there's a contractor working on the door inside the lobby. It's 2:00, the team is leaving. So she has a decision to make. Does she stay and do an hour and a half of overtime, just sitting there waiting for this team to get done fixing the door so we can clean up after them? Or does she stay with the company policy or the company rule that says no overtime? It's 2 a.m. She can't get a hold of anybody in executive leadership. So she has to make the call. Well, we know our core values is to be reliable, to make sure that our customers look like heroes. Because we could leave it messy. She could send an email, it would go to the district manager, or district manager would reach out to the customer and say, hey, sorry, those guys are working late. We'll get to it today. But the customer is upset. Why? Because that area is dirty. Not our fault. They only pay us to do a certain level of task. Okay, it's what's in the scope of work. But we know we want to be reliable and we want to make them look like a hero. So she spends that hour and a half. She sends the email to the district manager. District manager calls the customer the next morning and says, hey, they worked late in that space, so we had to spend an hour and a half extra overtime. So you're just going to see that reflected on your bill. Now, we accomplished so much value in that conversation by going the extra mile. And if a customer ever pushes back, which they've never have in 18 years, but if they ever push back on wanting to pay that extra, I would just give it to them for free. It would be totally fine, because my goal is to help our customers be successful. And we really got to live this out during COVID. The Museum of Flight in Seattle is one of our premier customers, and they were shut down for most of COVID. So they don't have any money coming in, but they still have to maintain a level of cleanliness in the building. After COVID was over, we watched every single contractor get their pink slip. They all went out to bid, except for us. And so we asked why. And they sent us a company memo that came from their president to the board of directors. And it said, we don't advise putting reliable commercial cleaning out to bid, because during the 18 months that we were shut down during COVID, they operated less like a contractor and more like one of our own internal teams, helping us solve problems and cut costs. I didn't tell my team to do that. They did it because that's the culture that we have. And if you want to grow and scale your business, it goes right back to culture. And part of my culture is making sure that my customer looks like a hero every single day.
Thank you, Sergeant Q. Fantastic. We are going on to Mike.
Okay. So for me, in operating my company, one of the strategies that I've learned over the years, mission first. Obviously, Katrina hit it right on the head. When I was on patrol, he taught us one thing, is to keep your head on a swivel. The plan can go to shit. You know, you're there, you're working the mission, you're studying, you're learning, you're going through these scenarios in your head. And no matter how hard you worked on it, no matter how much intel you got, it can go to shit. I understand that, and I realize that, you know, and we call it situational awareness in business. So it's okay if your plan goes to crap. It's okay if your strategy changes. Always remember the mission. Complete the mission at all costs. You know, I taught my people that. I've over the years, you know, I turned situations into intelligence. I train my people that we don't have problems, we have situations. Problems you can't come back from. When they used to come to used to call it Monday morning, used to be the firefighter, right? Everybody comes to your office. They have an open door policy. Everybody comes to my office. And they used to say, hey, I have a problem. And now they go to my office and say, I have a situation. Now, you change the word, you change the meaning. When somebody comes to your office or somebody's telling you have a situation, well, 9 times out of 10, by the time you walk into your office, they already have a solution. So all you gotta do is be a listener and ask them, because they've already, before they even came to me, they've already studied the situation. First, they took away from the problem, made it a situation. So they've already resolved it in their heads. Now, sometimes I let them tell me, and usually they'll tell me what we're supposed to do, and we'll go that route. Sometimes it might not be the right way, but you got to also be prepared to let them fail. And a business owner, when you're growing, you have to embrace failure. Failure for me, I get excited about it because I learn what not to do. There's so many lessons to learn in failure. You got to create a safe environment when people work for you, because you got to say it's okay to fail. You got to talk about your failure. Some of the stories you talk about and you tell them are the scars that you have, not just on the battlefield, but the scars you're coming up on. The greatest story is the story hasn't been told, and you don't want to tell it, but you do tell it. And people walk away from that and they realize it. It's through the storytelling they understand. So when you take situations and not look at it as a problem, that's when you're truly growing. And that's what's helped me in over the years. And also, you're driving your vehicle. My kids always call my vehicle education on wheels. Turn the radio off. Listen to a podcast. Listen to something informative. YouTube is free. It's out there. If you want to learn how to write code, listen to YouTube. I learned how to write code in 7 hours. If you want to learn ChatGPT, go to YouTube. Take a class. Invest in yourself. You cannot continue operating the way you operated 10 years ago, not even 5 years ago. Companies are growing faster and greater today. So you have to be on top. You have to always understand situational awareness. You got to shift. You got to pivot. You got to understand that tomorrow is coming quicker. And the faster you're there, the better you are. We have a Monday morning scrimmage every morning. All hands on deck, my managers. And I sit there and I just listen. And I'm listening for how can I help? Our mantra is, how can I help when you walk into a room? And usually when you listen, I can create, somebody might have a situation, and I can create a bot for them. And just automatically automate what they're keeping them up at night. So you learn how to do those things. Today, what I'm learning to do is not to be the first one to speak, but be the one that's listening the most. If my company, all my companies, if they're waiting for me to be there to make that decision, then I didn't build an organization. I built a company of dependency. And you can't be that way. You have to learn how to delegate, and you have to give them a chance to fail and let them know that, hey, it's okay to fail. Mm-hmm. You build a safe team that way. And last thing, learn through data. Data is so important. The analytics are there. You can see what you did 5 years ago, see what didn't work. You can see what you did 3 years ago, see what didn't work, and you build something on that data. The human connection is the universe. Connect with everybody you're talking to. Yeah. Listen and applaud them. You're right, Sergeant Q. Make them the hero. Thank you.
Yeah, these are fantastic points that you're all bringing up. And, great leaders, they fail fast. They allow themselves to do it. They learn from it. They apply what they've learned. We have about 6 minutes left. And Bradley, I want to hear from you on this question. And then I'm going to ask one question and I want a speed round answer. And then we're going to close it out. So Bradley, did we just get cut off? What strategies have helped you grow or scale your business?
Yeah, so I think what's important is to be mindful of sustainable growth. As an entrepreneur, you have a million ideas. Mm-hmm. You can't implement all those ideas at once. So you got to figure out how you're going to layer those things in. So for example, Minute Lens is basically going to fund future development of a grassroots political campaign website platform. I'm not releasing that yet because I want to make sure that I grow sustainably. So it's thinking, what's the next layer? What's the next idea? And not build everything at once. Mm-hmm. And I'll just leave it at that.
Fantastic. I love it. Okay, so here's your personal question. So again, speed round here. We've got about 4 minutes. So Sergeant Q, you talk about being a force for change. How has that influenced the kind of business or impact you've chosen to build?
Yeah, I want to be a force for change. Here's what I've learned is that a lot of people want to build a business, or they want to start a nonprofit, or they want to create something or build something. They want to do something. And all of that is great. It really is. But the world doesn't need another entrepreneur. It doesn't need another widget. It doesn't need another book. It doesn't need another product built by terrible people. It just doesn't. Everybody wants to focus on the outcome. And as you're starting an entrepreneurship, you should really focus on yourself. Am I the right person to be doing this? You have to be introspective. Because if you're not healthy with your mental health or overcoming the giants in your life, anybody you bring into your sphere of influence, you're going to create a toxic work environment. The number one reason why people quit their jobs, when I ask CEOs this question, they always say they want more pay. They want more freedom. But MIT did a study. They said the number one reason why people quit their job is toxic work environment. They like their job. They don't like the people they're working for. What the world needs is they need healthy entrepreneurs. They need healthy people starting these organizations. They need healthy leaders bringing these things to light in the community. So if you want to make change, if you want to make impact, it starts with yourself. Everybody wants to impact the world, but first you have to impact yourself.
Excellent.
You have to make sure that you're healthy and that you're the right person to bring these things to the world.
Thank you. All right, Mike, was there something from your military experience that you didn't realize would become an advantage in business until you became an entrepreneur?
Yeah, absolutely. Mission first was a value, integrity, tact, being that always giving the most you can give. Never be satisfied with 80%. Always look to give 100%. And when you're in a combat zone, you have to be that way. And your teammates become your family. One of the things, the strongest values I bring to my company is that my family, the people that work for me, I truly believe that they are part of my family. I invest in them every day. I used to go see customers, but today and now I take care of the people who take care of the customers. So every day I dedicated myself, just like the military showed me, they invested in me as a soldier. I invested in them. Make sure that, you can't just ask a person how you're doing and walk away. Today, when you ask a person how you doing, they're going to share. You have to be there to listen. Don't ask a person right before you go into a board meeting. Don't ask a person before you have to make a phone call. And I teach everybody and train everybody in my C-suite. When you're asking somebody how they're doing, really care. Really care, because today, in this generation, they're sharing more. When I started my company, my dad used to say, to leave, your feelings at the door. And that's how I did it before. But today, you can't do that. Today, these kids are coming to you, and the Gen Zs, the millennials, and beyond. And there's a sense of entitlement sometimes. It's okay. You have to be that figure. You have to be that person that really cares, really understands. So, well, the more you invest in your people, the more your company's going to go by itself.
Yes, very true. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay. Okay, I'm finishing up. Bradley, what emerging trends should entrepreneurs watch for right now, like in technology, AI, markets, customer behavior, that sort of thing?
Yeah. So with AI, really AI is a tool that can get over hurdles. So it's not a magic get out of jail free card. You still have to do the work. So just be mindful of that there is a lot of AI that's thrown out as buzzwords. But if you go that next layer, a little bit deeper, and do the work of figuring out the problem, help with the solution, then you can really leverage AI to be more efficient in solving those problems. But definitely be cautious of getting caught up of that. Oh, I have AI implemented, it's going to solve all the problems. You still have to do the work.
Very nice. Okay, Katrina, what did you have to learn as an entrepreneur that was very different from what had made you successful before?
Whew, that's a good one. What did I have to learn as an entrepreneur? That no is not the end. Just because somebody tells you no, or they don't want your product, or they don't want your service, doesn't mean that your service is not needed or your product is not needed. It's just maybe not needed for that person at that time. And every no is not a solid no. Some no's are just a not right now. So that was something that, took me by surprise a little bit, because especially when you have a product that you pour your heart and your soul into, it's like, it becomes like your child, if you will. And if somebody is saying, no, I don't want that, you can kind of take that personal, and you're like, hey, what do you mean you don't like it? It's me. This is me. But you realize that maybe it's just not for them right now, or maybe they're not the right fit for that product or service. So learning that no, every no is not a bad thing. And some no's can keep you from, making some serious, making some serious problems for you later on. So just, that's what I learned. But that was the biggest thing I learned, that, I can take a no now. I can take several.
That's right. Okay, good job. Yes, we all have to hear the no's. Okay, Aaron, we're going to end with you. We all know that when you're an entrepreneur, brand means a lot. I have to ask, in your bio, you have a duck. You're holding a duck. Does that have something to do with your brand, or is that just, tell us about the duck.
So the duck is a real duck. Her name is Ivy. When I was developing these products, she got injured by a bobcat, and ducklings don't have a whole lot of blood. Most of you know that you've done CLS or any kind of medical expertise. You know that triage is of paramount importance. So I happen to have a compact care towel in my back pocket, and it was sterile. So I hit it with water, performed a triage maneuver, and she wallowed around for about a week wearing a bow tie made of our towels and made a full recovery. And now she's more important than our whole brand on pretty much all platforms. But what I learned from that story is gratitude. I wanted to make sure that I put out there the Veteran Coaching Network. Thank you for having us. Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you to the moderators. Thanks to Luke. And great job for everybody.
All right. On that note, thank you for the panelists, and thank you to Luke for having us. And back over to you, Luke.
Hey, thank you all. That's absolutely amazing what y'all did there. And to be frank, for anyone listening, this isn't like one person's perspective. Quite frankly, it's not even 5 people's perspective. It's 6 people's perspectives, but more than that, it's 6 people's perspectives of starting something difficult, and shared their experiences on what makes them successful in that space. I'm going to be even real with you here on this. So in my year or 2 years, maybe 3 years since transition, I paid thousands, and I mean thousands of dollars to go travel the country to listen to things just like what we're listening to here today. We have so many great veterans and entrepreneurs in a perspective from, hey, don't do everything at once. Scale it to grow. To, hey, be careful what you're solving, because you might be solving the wrong problem. To, hey, be focused. And in that focus, bring in other great groups of advisors and help you, what we call in the military, execute the discipline initiative. Trust them and let them grow. These are key principles that can help everyone in their life at all walks of their journey. So again, thank you, Leanne, for doing a great job on moderating. Brad, thank you for jumping in. We're going to see you in the next panel. Sergeant Q, you're the man, the myth, the legend. Folks, he doesn't have to be here. He's partnered with us for last year, is going to continue. And, he's a blocks coach, because he won every competition. So now they're like, you're going to be a coach. And then Mike just had this huge security conference. I mean, just to share something with you a little personal, he's on the phone. We're talking on his way home. And great guy. And this poor kid got in a motorcycle accident. Here's a CEO, pulls a car over in Chicago. Folks, have you ever been to any road in Chicago? Like, you can die in it in seconds, right? So he pulls over, looks, assesses the area, picks up the bike, brings it to the side, and helps the kid. I mean, just saved his life, literally there. And then he comes back, Luke, you there? Like, yeah, man, you're saving people everywhere you go. Just incredible. And then of course, you have Aaron, a great story of Aaron, like you heard him saving ducks, but just saving veterans. I mean, just absolutely. And he has some amazing sushi restaurants as well, by the way. And then of course, Katrina sharing her story with you all, having the trust to come together in the Veteran Coach Network. I thank you all, and I applaud you all for being here. I'll play the applause effects later, since I'm over here now. So with that said, I'm going to take a second. We're going to do a transition, and then I'll introduce the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you all.
So cool being on a panel with you all. Thank you. Sergeant Q, I'll be reaching out to you. I had someone, I was slated to be on this coming up season of the block. So I want
Okay. Yeah. I just met
That
somebody at a conference just, I don't know, a couple days ago, and they're going to be on the blocks as well. So I meet people all the time.
It wasn't financially feasible for us this time, but next time, definitely we're going to make it happen.
Yeah, so here's the thing. It's really worth it. You're going to learn a lot, and you're going to get exposed to a lot of people. I guess I lost you.
Yeah, they cut us off. So I'll hit you up on Facebook.
Yeah. Hit me up on Facebook. We'll get together. We'll get a meeting link set up, and then just find me Sergeant Q. Pretty easy to find.
All right. Thank you so much. So cool meeting you. Bye.
All right, bye.
Welcome to the Veteran Coaching Network, where iron sharpens iron. Let us build Veteran Coaching Network, powered by Business Navigators.
All right. Thank you for that. 1 second. So I know the stage says Dr. Ken Long, but obviously I'm just
Dr. Luke.
Yeah, I'm a shorter version of him. But at the end of the day, again, thank you all for being here. We have a couple folks who can't be here right this second. But I want to thank you all for participating in the Veteran Coaching Network. So the next panel we're going to have is veterans in AI. And to be frank, it's not just veterans and CEOs and other folks in AI. So what we have here is we have a great layout. We have Dr. Sean Otto, who's going to be the moderator. Sean Otto is one of the co-founders for the Veteran Coaching Network. Sean Otto is an absolutely amazing individual. And he has a PhD in psychology, but has been doing AI for over 20 years. I mean, he has helped stand up and save organizations hundreds of millions of dollars through his approach. For the last year or so, he's done everything from being a fractional COO, CDO, CDIO, CDE. I'm probably missing one of them, but he's like absolutely an amazing individual. And he's been coaching through the Veteran Coaching Network. I mean, he's not one of the guys who just shows up and like, hey, I want to help co-found. No, he shows up always prepared and always sharing something of substance and value with the Veteran Coaching Network. I'm just going to quickly, I know everyone's going to introduce themselves, but I just want to talk about a couple things here. So we have Holly Quinones, aka Sergeant Q's better half, and quite frankly, she is an absolutely amazing individual who has been really keeping that pipeline, making the magic happen behind the scenes. We have Ashton Kroner again. Not only is Ashton a very good, awesome individual inside the Veteran Cancer Network, not only is she also helping other nonprofits, but she is absolutely amazing. And then we have Dr. Ken Long here, who's going to come here any moment. And Dr. Long is not only a professor, at the Command General Staff College, but he's also an AI guru. I would say that Dr. Long looks at things from a process standpoint, and he mind maps, and then he does the Vulcan mind meld, leverages not just 20 years of data excellence and in business and corporate knowledge, but really says, hey, let me look through this problem, and creates a methodology where he can help make it better. He has been transformative in the military's approach to artificial intelligence. So we're really lucky to have him here today. Bradley Wood is an individual who is not just an amazing person, but you heard Bradley talk about in politics. You heard from Bradley speak about how he saw a problem and as a developer is able to fix it. Bradley Wood he's also a good friend of mine. He also helps the community where he lives and farming. And Bradley Wood's going to come out to my nonprofit on August 15th and help veterans, and the Veteran Coaching Network is going to beam in live to American Heroes Equine Connection Incorporated on August 15th. Okay, but moving on. So James Suh is an absolute guru in AI. So he believes in data analytics, which I do too. I think most of us probably do. That you're going to talk today. But not only does he believe in data analytics, he believes he is a person who, how would I say, puts it in normal common speak very articulately and is able to help corporations solve real problems. Again, folks, these gentlemen don't have to be here. They're here and they're all successful in their own right. And they're here because they want to make veterans and entrepreneurs, other people successful with AI. See, a lot of folks see AI as debilitating. I lost my job to AI. Remember, I shared that massive layoffs, 20%, but I had to turn and learn it. And I said, I'm going to turn a weakness into a strength. And that's what veterans do. And that's what we're going to do. And that's what you're all going to talk about here on the panel. And now Rick Raditz, I apologize for him. He can't be here right now. He has something come up, but he sent me a message. He has a video. I'll share the video later with our group and audience. But he says that if anyone makes a $49 payment, I'll share it with you all. And you guys will get he will hook you up with this lifetime subscription. Bottom line is this guy stood up Meetin.com, CEO. He, another multimillionaire, and he just got pulled into another live stage. So he apologized for not being here, but he'll send out his CTA for you all. Okay, I'm going to move aside. I know that I kind of introduced you all, but I'd like to let you all just speak it from your own lens
So I'm going to move over and let Sean Otto take the stage, and of course our good doctor here. Over to you. We can't hear you. You got to turn your mic on.
There we go. Now I got my mic on. Good afternoon, everybody. We got us all here today. Last one panel. We got to keep the energy going. Let's show some jazz hands here. Say, yeah, let's do this. All right. This is the fun. Let's bring the energy here. AI. Well, as Luke was saying, there may be a bunch of mixed feelings about that. And that's what we're here to talk about today. Different perspectives. And I'm going to define AI has been around since the 50s. Like it's nothing new conceptually. Our experience of it has changed. And I think that's the question that we're all looking at today. Our experience changed, and we're using this word that has morphed, transitioned over time. When we're talking about AI, we're most likely even talking about generative AI tools and solutions. AI from a ChatGPT, a Claude, other tools out there from an experience of being able to do things for us that 5 years ago was only living in Star Trek and sci-fi. Okay, so we got that definition under us. When we're talking about AI, it's going to be this, it does something for us. It's a tool. And we're going to talk about our experiences with it from this whole group. And so let's go ahead and get started here. Let's introduce ourselves, everybody. Let's go ahead and start with Ken.
In my 50th year of service to the nation, retired 25-year lieutenant colonel, infantry, ordnance, truck driver, change manager. 27 years teaching at Command and General Staff College in logistics, change management, the complexity toolkit, and I run the applied AI independent study elective. In the last 2 years, we had about 80 officers build applied projects for them to take out into the world, not only just to do good, but to learn about how to do applied AI and become leaders in organizations in that way. So delighted to be here, 35-year small business owner, and happy to help in any way that I can. Over.
Perfect. Thank you for the introduction. Let's jump over to Holly.
Hello, everybody. My name is Holly Quinones, and like it was stated, I am married to Sergeant Q. So I've been serving my country for the last 16 years, being married to a Marine. You can hold your condolences for me. I started in the AI out of necessity because we are serial entrepreneurs and we do business after business after business. And I was very much tired of wearing all the hats. And when they made AI easily accessible to us, I jumped at the opportunity.
Okay, let's jump over to Ashley, or Ashton, sorry.
Hi, thank you for having me. So I'm Ashton Kroner. I'm a Marine Corps veteran of 8 years, and I'm currently the Vice President of Operations for Hub Keller Resources, where I manage our day-to-day operations. So HKR, we are developing and building industrial infrastructures, including power plants that support AI data centers. I use AI throughout our operations to really organize information, help streamline complex processes. I'm identifying risk and really just making sure that our team is making the best decisions. However, I'm also the co-founder and board chair of the Veteran Cancer Network, where we advocate for the use of AI to help connect veteran symptoms and military exposure along with their medical history so providers can identify patterns easier. So my work, I'm actually really fortunate. It allows me to see AI both, as a physical infrastructure, where we're helping build, but also using it as a practical tool that can help our, business, continue to grow.
All right, James, Sue, let's run over to you.
Awesome. Yeah, excited to be here. Excited to chat about the background. I actually started my military career in the Navy as a nuke reactor operator. Went to college and decided the Marine Corps was a little bit more aligned to my personality. So spent 5 years in the Marine Corps after the Navy. And then about 9 years ago, started my own consulting business on the data analytics, data strategy consulting at the intersection of operations. And about 4 years ago, made a pretty heavy pivot into the AI space since there's a lot of interrelated elements between those two areas. We spend a lot of time working with publicly traded companies, large national nonprofits, and then some local and regionals in the Nashville and Middle Tennessee area.
All right, great. Bradley, let's head over to you.
I'm Bradley Wood. I'm a civilian, but friend of Luke, and I am the founder of Prism Forge LLC. But really got exposed to AI through my day job working for a credit union. They were really kind of cutting edge, and I felt like years beyond where other credit unions were. And so that really got me exposed to AI and some of the methods and technologies out there. And it's really exciting.
All right, thank you much. So where do we start? This is a big, big topic, and there's many different ways, but we're here looking at it as how it changes us. And some of the consulting work I've done in the conversations, I've come out with an interesting metric, and it'll preface here what we're going to talk about for this first question for everybody. And I'm more of a jump in if you've got something off the top of your mind perspective. But using AI, regardless of which tool, on a weekly basis is roughly equivalent to a half full-time employee or a half FTE. Okay, so bringing that in is actually multiplying your ability to do work. So the question is, with this technology, it's changing our lives in ways we expect and don't expect. What excites you? What doesn't? Like, where is your core perspective on this today, and where was it last year?
I could jump in on that. So yeah. I've got a little different perspective on AI side. I don't know anybody in the industry, certainly no one in my company, who has seen their workload go down because of the tools that are available. We're doing a significant amount more, putting a lot more depth and detail into the products and the services that we're providing. And I think the cost size remaining flat, so our clients are getting a lot more value. But I feel like certainly I am doing a lot more work. I think from a kind of a capacity perspective, what I've seen with AI is certainly if you are unaware of the optimal way to leverage the tools to solve real business problem, is an absurdly rapid increase in the accumulation of technology debt within organizations. So they've got individuals who taught themselves how to prompt engineer in ChatGPT and realized, hey, I can actually get Codex to write a program. And you've got a dozen individuals like this in a large organization developing programs. None of this, the data's harmonized, the systems don't work, there's no security protocols. There's so many issues with these elements. And I am seeing companies having to invest exponentially more 6-12 months down the road to fix and reverse engineer and replace these homemade solutions on that side. So I don't see it as a multiplier if you don't take a pragmatic approach to that and then bring in the right resources who understand how to apply that. And me personally, I feel like I'm working effectively twice as many more hours today than a year ago. And a year ago, I had that same perspective that these tools would allow me to recover a lot more of my time. That has not materialized.
No. Actually, anthropological research shows that it won't. Great comments there, James. I have a developer friend who even years ago said, I'm happy to work myself out of my job because there is always more work to do. And I think AI is helping us do the things we weren't able to do and give us more work. Jumping in, who else would like to answer that question? What are your thoughts?
I'll go ahead.
Ken? Oh, sorry, Holly. Ken raised his hand. He's there.
Go ahead, Holly. Holly, you're next, and kind of go right after you.
Okay, perfect. So from my standpoint, you're absolutely right. I thought it was going to free up my time and I was going to be able to spend more time, with the family, but now it has freed up my time to do more projects. I love the fact that it's kind of leveled the playing field for a lot of small entrepreneurs that don't need a whole lot of technical assistance from AI, where they can streamline the menial tasks as far as social media posts, things that were taking up a lot of our bandwidth that didn't need to be, have been taken off of my plate, so that I am able to do more of the things that actually impact my business. I can work on my business instead of in my business. So from that standpoint, for a small entrepreneur that's just starting out, I think that AI has absolutely leveled the playing field for us.
Okay. Ken.
Yeah, so the question was what excites me about AI, and I think of excitement as a urge to act, and that makes me think of danger and opportunity. And I'm reminded that AI, much like money, alcohol, and fame, is going to make you a lot more of what you already are, 10 times faster, in public, with no way out. And so for me, that says be very careful about what you're planning to use the AI to do, and be clear with your guardrails and safety so that you can experience the leverage and the positive results, and being very careful with your risk management for second and third order effects. The good news is that AI properly used can help you do that, but it needs a deliberate approach, which I believe veterans with their inherent appreciation of risk are especially well suited to understand and bring to the business world. So I would say excitement, yes, danger and opportunity, surely, but risk control and proper procedure will guide you through the fog.
Has that thought changed in the past year?
Only more so, each day in every way.
All right.
It gets more dangerous the more we use it. And the problem is that as the models get better and you trust them more, you're tempted as a mammal to accept risks today that you wouldn't have accepted yesterday. And that works until it doesn't work. And so consequence management is an essential element of risk management. And that's what leaders get paid to do, is to look deeply into the data and the consequences. So now more than ever, that's really important. Over.
Wise words there. Ashton, Bradley, who'd like to go?
I would like to chime in. So one concern that I see is that I feel like right now tokens and credits are subsidized for AI adoption. So I think as people delve into these AI tools, they need to be mindful too of the financial cost. Because once those tokens and credits are not subsidized and are the actual costs, I do understand that models are getting more efficient and use less tokens. But at the end of the day, I feel like it ends up being who has all the tokens and who has all the credits will be the king. is a concern that I have.
Okay. So it's not necessarily excitement. It is a very changing, evolving space, very fast. But what's exciting you, Bradley?
So I think some things that excite me are kind of the agents coming down the road to where you can kind of, in theory, offload some of the monotonous tasks so that you can focus your energy on the more important task. And basically being able to do more work, as the other panelists mentioned, there's always more work to do, but be able to offload the monotonous efforts and thought to be able to focus on the priorities.
Okay. Ashley, let's go over to you. Sorry, Ashton.
No worries.
Right.
It's actually interesting. A few years ago, my husband had told me about AI, and I didn't really know much about it. I was actually quite skeptical, about utilizing it. And so I told him, I was like, I'm not really sure how this is going to be able to help me in my day-to-day or even in my work life. And so here I am, years later now actually helping, teach other companies and other people on how to be able to integrate it in their life. And for me, it really actually just started by, trying to teach my son how to, do math, because it was like third grade math or second grade math, and I just couldn't figure it out. And so being able to use it in everyday life, I mean, I use it all the time from at home to be able to kind of expedite, that math homework, or, using complex problems, in my father's, in his business, because we're helping, build these data centers, and being able to use AI in a practical way to make sure that, we are, one, building it out correctly, but two, we're keeping the process lean, because these data centers are massively expensive. And there's a lot of nuances that come with it. And so we're able to help utilize AI and, in a way that's actually making it, safer and easier to, kind of move those projects forward. But, as, what excites me the most, I guess, is seeing how quickly AI is expanding from just a few years ago using only ChatGPT, to using all these different ones, in a way that can sit there and counter talk to one another to check that, the work is being done correctly, or, having the bots be able to work correctly in your favor, is actually quite exciting for me. And if you're not adapting to, these changing technologies, then, these companies are going to end up leaving, people, behind, because it's just going to make the workflow, go a lot more manual for people that aren't adapting to it. So I say to everybody, I was not an adapter, on the earlier on, but now we're doing it to not just build the, for-profit sector of my life, but also, on the nonprofit, side as well. Cause I have more time to be able to do things. And it's really exciting, exciting time to, be in this, in this generation. As my father always says, he's only seen the .com era, and how much that, expanded over his lifetime of being, being able to build those power plants. And here we are getting to see it again, just a few decades later. It's the wild, wild west out there right now.
Hopefully it's not too wild.
Exactly. Parameters are important.
Yes. And as Dr. Long was talking about, those guardrails and being aware of things and adopting risk, I say chasing the gold or at the end of the rainbow sometimes feels like this race that we're in, and it's kind of moving quickly on us, to continue with that metaphor. So I was talking with a plant manager this past week, and he was using AI. It helped him identify something that nobody in the company could identify. And it was very particular on his manufacturing process. And he's recognizing this as a tool of transforming the new way of work. And so as you guys are getting into this, and you all have different perspectives, you come from different backgrounds doing this, which is great and amazing. How is AI transforming your work, and where do you see your biggest opportunities?
I guess I can go ahead and just jump right in again. So, a lot of the conversation around AI is predominantly focused on software, but at my company, we work in the industrial infrastructure, development and the construction, including the power generation needed to support these data centers. So, we're seeing AI transform the industrial side, as well. And internally, we use AI to compare documents and develop processes and support that planning to help move operations forward a lot faster than, any other companies were able to do just, 3 years ago. But the growth of AI is also, creating a much larger infrastructure challenge. So AI may feel like it exists entirely online, but, it requires data centers, reliable power, and, substations, transmission capacity, all those things, in order for us to be able to go on to, ChatGPT or Google to be able to get these answers. And many of these data center projects can't simply connect to the existing grid and assume the required power that is going to be available. So we need transmission upgrades and new substations or behind the meter generation. So this is where in my industry is where I'm seeing a major opportunity is really improving the industrial operations with AI while developing the physical infrastructure that's required to support its growth.
Okay, cool. Who else? Who'd like to go next?
I can go. So I would say that AI really allows people to get over hurdles and be equipped. There's been situations where a system I was working with needed code in a certain language, but I don't necessarily code in that language. So I was able to relatively transpose my code into another code language pretty easily. And then I think another thing too is it really prompts people to ask the question of, can they build it instead of buy it? Because credit union I had worked for, basically they had the mindset of, if you don't build it, you're going to have to pay for it down the road. So those are some of the things that I think are transforming industries.
Okay. Holly, you're a serial entrepreneur, digging into things. Like, how do you see, like, how is this, once again, transforming your work? And you talked a little bit about it, but like, where do you see the opportunities, even the ones you're not even taking advantage of today?
Well, so for me, I have a 6th grade education. I grew up in the foster system, and becoming an entrepreneur seemed really unattainable. There was so much startup cost. Everybody needs a website. Everybody needs a funnel. If you want to build an app, it costs, we've paid over $1 million for an app that we've built. So starting a business and actually being able to scale and grow seemed very unattainable. We have gone from providing our business clients funnels that take, 3 to 4 weeks at $5,000 plus a build, and been able to drop that down to a week, start to finish testing, and drastically decrease the startup costs for businesses. So for entrepreneurs that are looking to start businesses, so many of the hurdles that were so expensive have been removed with AI. You're able to get everything that you need to start your business through using AI and partnerships with firms like mine or other AI companies that are helping people set up these solutions. So for me, what I'm seeing is it's making things attainable. And that's really important when you're a young entrepreneur or an entrepreneur starting out. You've got a 9 to 5 already, and you're working towards leaving that to start your dream. And up until this point, it's felt very discouraging for a lot of business owners that they've, needed a website, cost them 10 grand, and it doesn't work the way that they wanted it to, or they don't even own it. Now with partnering AI with other softwares like Go High Level, you've got everything in one place and you're able to own it and continue to work on it yourself without having to call somebody all the time. It's absolutely game changing for entrepreneurs.
Okay. I think that's a key one there for our audience. James, what do you do?
We have a quick one. We have a quick one in the room here.
Yep. So yeah, real quick on this side, I think we went in a few years ago with the general assumption that we were going to be obsolete if we did not evolve as a business continuously. And our working model back then was we needed to change about 25% of our business on an annual basis. And I think that's accelerated to about a third of what we're doing today is not going to be relevant a year from now. And that has helped us sort of look at what are the areas that are the least likely to be irrelevant a year from now. So things like the data architecture, the data governance, availability, the infrastructure side is harder for the AI platforms to just take over. So we're really doubling down on that piece. Flip side, when you get something like data visualizations and research, we are not doing a lot of Power BI visualizations anymore. Claude, OpenAI Codex are just phenomenal at creating even interactive visualizations. So like learning how to evolve and adapt that. And then looking forward, I mentioned the rapid accumulation of technology debt where individuals who really should not be writing code, even with the capabilities of the tools are writing code that are going to break. And we're already seeing this piece accelerate, positioning our business to be able to step in and support when the leaders of those organizations realize, oh, this is not an enterprise-worthy application, even if it sort of got us through, 3, 6, 9 months of running the business.
Okay. Dr. Long, sorry I missed you there, but go for it.
Well, at Command and General Staff College, we've built new curriculum this year to deal with the complexity toolkit, which places AI inside the larger framework of how we routinely make professional decisions that people rely on. And we realize that AI is not itself just a solution, but it's part of a package. So we use AI to become more creative in challenging times, to understand the ecosystem. Then we use AI to help us with systems thinking to find patterns that seem to work, and then model those and then test them out. And then we use data literacy to make sure that we're populating those AI models with the right stuff. And then finally, before we launch a solution based on our enthusiasm, we take double the amount of critical thinking to offset the risk of our creativity before we ship the product. So AI allows us to iterate all of those steps and those tools in the complexity toolkit. So we think that you bring AI to work to help you do the things that you're already doing as an expert. AI can help you do that, but we see that as part of a meta system of power tools. Over.
Yeah, that's a great way to frame it up. And yeah, this is good stuff. I love the different perspectives and how everybody's thinking about it, because like AI is really something that you can grab onto and do it your way. You don't have to do it everybody's way. There are some foundational things that I think James is talking about of, yeah, build something, but make sure you got somebody looking over your shoulder. All right. So you can build that. Holly, I can move fast. I can do things. I can test ways I never could before. And then, Dr. Long, set up a process. And I would strongly encourage, if you're going to dig into this, have a little process. And to your point there, you're always introducing risk. So how do you balance that out? Excuse me. And so we've got about 20 minutes here. I want to go through two more questions. And so let's run the next question here. How do people start learning? How would you recommend, not necessarily dipping your toe in the water, jumping in, getting wet, and at the same time, what was your light bulb moment with AI? When did it click? And then you're like, I'm all in. All right. And then how did that happen for you? And how would you encourage that to happen for other people? You went off mute, Dr. Long.
Well, I'm an old dog. I'll be 70 pretty soon, and I can't learn anything new. So I just started shoveling. And the best thing that I accidentally did was save all my receipts. After 3 years of 8 hours a day, every day, I accumulated about 1 million pages of my fumbling and stumbling and bumbling and mumbling. And I asked AI to help me find the things that I learned and turn that into safeguards that would feed forward into all my better practices. So I would say get in there and start with something small. Try making things so that you know the kinds of questions to ask a guy who's going to sell you a solution. I'd start with Google, Gemini, and Notebook, because it is, for a new person, the widest set of applied tools that let you acquire knowledge in a good researched manner, analyze it, produce ideas, and help you with writing. The frontier model it uses is pretty good, and they really understand applied AI, and they're going to be around. The other models you can grow into, you'll learn as you go, but to get started, I would get started. The first step is the hardest step, and you can't steer until you're started to move. So start moving, get in there, try it small, and build out. Over.
All right. Ashton, you came off there.
Yeah. So, I mean, I tell everybody when I'm, teaching a class on AI is start by learning the free version of whatever AI platform. I always like to go to ChatGPT because that's what I learned on, or Claude. But, you don't need the most, expensive subscription that's out there while you're starting, because it's just going to waste money in those tokens that was mentioned earlier. But really it's going to help, give, those clear instructions and help refining your responses and really verifying that information. I know that a lot of people look at, these AI platforms as all knowing, and that's not the case. It's whatever algorithms that they're sitting there putting out. So they can make a really really wrong response look really, really good and make you start questioning yourself. So I think once you understand the basics and you really start learning on what those AI tools are, you need to, make it specific to your industry. So, I mean, I grew up in the healthcare world in my business side and the nonprofit before I switched over to the construction and infrastructure. And it's me having to relearn a lot of the things because I'm not as familiar with, some of the construction side of the house because I'm not an engineer or an electrician or anything like that. But I do understand AI and how to sit there and challenge it. And so, for me, it's really being able to sit there and learn those tools appropriately and being able to push back on it, and having somebody be able to check to make sure that information that you are going to be utilizing is in fact correct. And then from there, you can move on to, some of those, specific AI tools for that specific industry. For construction, I know that we use Procore AI and Autodesk AI powered, and Bluebeams, has a wonderful way to be able to integrate those integration capabilities, but start small and then work your way up. And it's a really cool way to sit there and test your knowledge as well. I mean, I sit there and I work with my son at night and we work on, various different projects, and he's learning a lot of different things. I'm learning through him. These kids nowadays, they can really kind of help push your understanding a lot better than, some of us that are a little bit more seasoned, where we're kind of like stuck in a little box, and they're able to sit there and help push that. And I think AI does a really good way of helping people that have an idea, be able to actually have that idea come to fruition. But you have to start, simple and be able to work your way up.
Okay, cool.
Can I actually have a counter view to that. This industry, the technology is evolving so unbelievably fast. I live in this every single day, through the weekend, all night, on holidays, and I cannot keep up with how rapidly it's changing with skills and plugins and MCP and MCP AI mesh layers to integrate all of these different systems and co-work and codecs. And I think if you have a true interest and desire in learning that, I've always started with assuming that the tool can solve the problem. If you're filtering out what you think it can do and just giving some of the questions to that and see the output get pulled out, I think you're going to start falling behind or get down a couple rabbit holes. So I use 3 or 4 models every single day. I'm in Codex. I'm in Claude Code. I use Cowork and Copilot interdependently. And one of the key pieces that I've found is I'll use 2 different tools. If I'm really unsure about a particular domain, I'll use multiple different AI systems, whether I'm using like Fable or the Soul Max model, and see what the responses are and how do they compare against each other? Like, what are the nuances, so you could get a high fidelity understanding of when to lean into those models. Also, when I'm very confident in the output, I'm like, this is really good. I'll actually take that response, put it into a different session, say, give me an adversarial analysis of this output. And when you're explicitly telling the models to provide you an adversarial, it's not saying, hey, this is amazing. Oh, wow, this is such a unique original piece. It is legitimately going to start digging and saying, hey, here's what's wrong with your approach or your assumptions or the industry that you're sort of stepping into. And I think being willing to take that feedback and having the system that helps you create the idea, sort of shoot it down as well, is valuable lessons on the side. So it's probably, I would maybe argue against using the free version because there's such a limited piece. They're really only $20 a month. And if you really want to get into this and you're investing $60 a month on 3 different models just to really get a strong understanding, I think that's going to pay off 100-fold for you.
Great.
No, that's actually a good point. I mean, I just sit there and think of it from somebody that's starting a business or, being able to sit there and grow into it. You don't want to invest into the wrong platform. I tell everybody, if you're going to invest, start off with a simple one first, but I agree, I agree with you on being able to test the other versions. I know what I'm comfortable with, the AI technology, but yeah, you bring up some good points.
I'd like to also add, if someone's just starting out and trying to figure out where to start. So like, I had like an Arduino kit just kind of sitting in one of my rooms, and I was like, oh, it's been a long time since I've engaged with it. So I told ChatGPT, I was like, okay, I have this component, I have this component, I'm trying to do this. And it basically walked me through the steps of how to connect it, how to code it, different things like that. So I guess just identify some things in your everyday that you're kind of curious and want to spark an idea, and then just try to navigate that and see kind of where that can lead. So that's kind of where I have those like curious moments of like, hey, can it do this? And a lot of times it surprises me with the result.
I've been surprised many a time by it. and I will go with what James said there. Like, if you don't know where to start, dip your toe in all of them. Like, it doesn't hurt. You pay for 1 month, try different flavors, because they all are different flavors of ice cream at the end of the day. Holly. All right.
I might be the
light bulb moment for you. And I guess my real question is, has Sergeant Q had a light bulb moment?
I can't speak for him, and I might be the black sheep in this room. But I say do dangerous things as safely as possible. For most entrepreneurs, business owners, we need to replace the $15 an hour employee that's managing social media, that's building an automation or building a funnel. We're not building complex, high-tech, secret databases or anything like that for most of us. So I would suggest that you jump in with both feet, pick an AI. I've gone through 4 or 5 of them. Pick one that's centered towards business owners to automate your business processes and systems, and start playing with it. One of the biggest AI moments aha moments I had was when I asked my Claude to give me the best prompt that I could give back to it that would accomplish X, Y, and Z. And it gave me several pages worth of prompt when I would have written a paragraph. So that was one of my aha moments of asking my AI to teach me how best to utilize it to accomplish my goals, because my goals are not super high tech. My goals are very simple, to streamline the processes and systems in my businesses and in my clients' businesses so that we can go and do what we do best and make impact.
And I want to push in on that, Holly, because you are very right there. Use AI to help you learn AI. Like, we often don't think about that. If you got a problem, ask it, how do I use you? And the funny thing is it will tell you how to use it. All right. That's what's amazing there. It may lead you down rabbit holes that you shouldn't go down, but that's where James comes in. We need experience with this too. Like, jump in, you'll learn. And like, the most beautiful thing is that because we're moving fast with this, it's easy to change course. Historically, you'd be in and you'd be down 5-6 weeks, and you're like, oh, all of that time wasted. Now you're like, a day. Oh, sure, let's flip. I can do this.
And AI is not, for most of us, going to be replacing the high tech people. We still need developers, right? I just did it. I gave my very expensive developer code that I had written in Claude, and there were fixes he had to do, but it took him a day and a half to turn around an entire app for me, rather than him taking weeks to code it. He saw my vision, he saw the outline, and it was enough minimally viable product to get the results that I wanted.
And for those you entrepreneurs and people starting out, like, that's a good tip there too, Holly. Like, use it to get started and then hand it off, because we've got these visions in our head, and half the time it's translating it to somebody else to help us do it and deliver on it. All right, one last question here. Oh, Ken, you went off mute. Do you have something to say or thoughts?
Yeah, he wants to add.
No, go.
Sure?
Last question. No, last question.
All right.
All right. So coming here to the end, I apologize if the question might be a little bit redundant here, because you've all shared great advice and thoughts and insights. But if there was one thing that somebody was to take away from this, technology, from AI, like, what would you want them to take away from this conversation today? Go for it, Doctor.
Yeah, this is a summary of what I told 300 doctors and nurses at the Medical Center of Excellence for the Army in their mid-career professional development. They asked me to advise them on how they should start thinking about bringing AI into their medical practice. I almost ran out of the room in fear that they might do what I said. What I said was to Army people, and especially veterans, this will resonate with you. You are the commander, it is the staff. Use the 80-20 rule. 20% of your time up front ought to be very clear on what it is that you want it to do and what the standards of acceptance are. And then 80% of your time ought to be spent on iterative quality control, making sure that it's doing what it's supposed to do at each step in that manufacturing process. 20% of the AI's time ought to be spent clarifying what you said so that we start with absolute clear standards and requirements. And then 80% it's doing that heavy lifting. If you remember that the AI is like our beloved second lieutenants, full of energy, always confident, very persuasive, often wrong, never in doubt, then you will always retain that commander's responsibility for the final checks. You can't ever get rid of that responsibility. So I would say get in there. Unless you're the technical guy, you're going to be supervising people using AI, and you may be supervising AI. So you got to approach it as the commander with that responsibility, and then learn to trust your AI with evidence. Over.
Great perspective there and thoughts. Glad you're sharing stuff with our nation's people like that. That is great. Let's see, James, you're off.
Yeah, I think this is maybe advice and perspective that I try to provide a lot of individuals, particularly veterans. So I think the veteran community and the veterans in particular have just a unique perspective. And what has changed most dramatically over the last few years with the acceleration of AI is the value of a diversity of experiences, because it's that context or that unique context that allows an individual to create value. And I've found, being in technology for 20 plus years, that it is much easier to teach somebody who is bringing business and organizational context, the technology side, than it is to teach somebody or a technologist the business side. Just if you're just a straight coder, you're just not ever going to understand the business perspective. And I think what the large language models AI has allowed us to do is take people that are bringing this unique perspective experience set and pick up enough technology to create an enormous amount of value. So where in the past, we may have been as a community on the back foot without having the decades of programming development experience, I think we are now at an inflection point where our focus on sort of this experiential context is creating maybe an opportunity for us this community to sort of catch up and create a lot more value without having to have, it's exceptional amount of technology, coding, and development experience. So I'm excited about the future, excited about the community. Ability to sort of like lean into that and create value in the space.
Great words there. And I would agree. It's more of the mantra. It's easier to bring somebody from the business over to the technology side. Here's a little tip of mine. You've got a process. All right. Record your process. Take the transcript and put it into Claude. It'll give you a diagram of it. Like, it'll help you out even from that perspective. Like, there's so many ways to help do these things for yourself. Who'd like to go next? Ashton.
Yeah, I would actually agree with that. So, veterans, they can position themselves by, first developing that practical AI literacy, because I think everybody needs to be able to understand what the technology can do, what its limitations are and how to use it responsibly. But then you combine that knowledge with, like you said, an area that you already understand and use AI to solve that real problem within that field that you have that experience in, and make sure that you're documenting it. See how, it has reduced the time, how it's improved your processes, any, risks that it identified, and really just how to make that better decision from it. Because I'll tell you, organizations absolutely need people who build and understand that technology. They also need people who can connect that technology to, real world operations. I know that in the Marine Corps, and I think all of us here, whether, you served in the military or not, we're, trained to understand our mission intent and work with, incomplete information, to help manage risk and adapt during execution and remain accountable for that outcome. So when we combine those skills with AI knowledge, we can become the bridge between technical teams and the people that are responsible for implementing solutions to the real world.
Great advice there too. Holly, you're off mute.
Yeah, I would say AI is not going to replace you. Your guys' level of discipline is what got you here. And that human connection is going to be the absolute last thing that gets replaced or farmed out. So make sure that you are still the face of your company. You're still the one engaging with your employees and with your clients. Don't try and automate things too quickly. And absolutely do not automate yourself, because you are the heart of your company.
Very well said. I think that needs to be on a t-shirt. Bradley.
I can kind of piggyback off of that a little bit. So in my day job of developing, there's always the little echo of like, will I be replaced by AI and stuff? And so one thing that I've been trying to do is grow and connect the work that I do to the business units and be able to create that digital receipt of, okay, this widget that I built, it is tying back to this business unit, this business case, and I can actually quantify. And so I think by being mindful of that, that can help minimize the chance of you being replaced, because you're tying things back to the business value, the business case, with the work, and being able to report that back to the higher ups.
Yes. We are at time. Thank you, everybody. It's been a delightful panel. I've thoroughly enjoyed hearing the different perspectives and the passion behind all of this that everybody has. Thank you very much. Over to you, Luke.
No. Let everyone finish with their, where can people find them?
Oh, yes. I apologize there. All right. Yes. Where can people find you in the world today?
Dr. Long, you're first.
Well, you can find me at longke, LONGKE at yahoo.com, where I'm all over the net. My YouTube channel, just Dr. Ken Long, and you'll find me. And I am genuinely eager to help you. It's a sacred honor to be able to support veterans, and I got your back. Over.
Ashton.
I'm similar to Dr. Long. You can actually just Google me and you can, find me there. Otherwise, my nonprofit, I'm all over the veterancancernetwork.org, or LinkedIn is probably the easiest and fastest way to be able to get a hold of me. Just look for Ashton Kroner.
Okay. James.
Yeah. You can find my website at NashvilleAnalytics.com. I am an introvert. I tend to never leave my cave. My wife feeds me like in my office, every couple of days. But if you reach out, I'm always happy to help another veteran, another entrepreneur, answer any questions around tech.
All right, Holly.
I am actionbuttonmedia.com is where you can find me. And I would challenge everybody, pick one thing this week that you want to tackle, that you want to start with. And if you don't know what that one thing is, come find me. That's a conversation that I want to have.
Hey, Bradley.
You can find me at prismforge.com, and it's Prism with a Z because S was already taken. And then also minutelens.com, which is a great tool for small communities to be able to provide meeting minutes, transparency, and accountability without breaking the bank.
Okay, wonderful. All right, now back over to you, Luke.
And Sean, where can people find you?
LinkedIn's the best way to find me.
One second. So I'm gonna come over to that one. So first of all, thank you guys so much. Absolutely amazing. And folks, this is the value of what vets do. This is the value of
really how vets come together, see a problem out there and say, hey, let's come together and let's unify, elevate, and let's fix this problem. Maybe sometimes with grit, sometimes maybe through forging, maybe sometimes through just with each other. There's a saying that we use in the Veteran Coaching Network, and I think we use it in Business Navigators, but it's about iron sharpens iron. So that's kind of what we're about here. Hey, folks, listen, I put a link in the chat. I put a link all over social media. It is https://meetin, meetn.com/Veteran Coaching Network. We're going to meet there in about 3 to 5 minutes. Anyone wants to hang tight, let's go to that room and let's network. This way we can just let our hair down, network for the next half hour if you have the time, and then vets get to be vets. See you all there, and also I just want to say, hey, thank you to our great moderators today. Thank you to our great panelists. This could not be done. We could not accomplish this. This is not a one individual mission. This is us coming together, helping each other do this, Sherpa-ing each other to success. Hey, folks, listen, if you are fighting something today, you're going through a hard time in your life, I want you to know that you don't have to do it by yourself, that there's plenty of resources out there, from mental health to maybe getting into shape, which also contributes to your mental health, to maybe, hey, how I can get into vibe coding. Because vibe coding, sometimes some vets have found out that it's actually healing, because they could do a project and finish a project in one afternoon. They created an app just with a concept and idea of learning some of those KPIs, those skills. So what I'm sharing with you is simply this. To echo Dr. Long, we are here for you. You don't have to face it by yourself. And if you are facing something like that, tune into the Veteran Coaching Network. Look up any of our panelists, because they're all great patriots and veterans who come together, and we're all here to help you out. Hey, please follow, like us, and share veterancoachingnetwork.com. Veterancoachingnetwork.com. As of the moment, we still raised $79, but hey, we'd like to break that $100 threshold. So please go to veterancoachingnetwork.com/summit, and you could donate $20 there. Help us overcome that. We appreciate that. Also, this couldn't be done without a couple folks who contributed. Sean Burrow, Zachary Henry, Lena, Stephen Dork. Hey, thank you all for being contributing members today to the Veteran Coaching Network. All right, I'm going to play a video, but remember this: iron sharpens iron, and we're in this together. You're not by yourself. Thank you today for the Veteran Coaching Network.
Welcome to the Veteran Coaching Network, where iron sharpens iron. Let us build your future.
Live from Leavenworth, Kansas, and Fuse Workspace in Austin. Or join us virtually. We are going hybrid. Unleash your leadership potential. Find your purpose. Stand in the spotlight.
The hybrid event begins now.
And business owners, veterans in AI.
A leader forged in service. Discover the power of purpose. Founder Luke Medvegi.
Hey, we're going to ask a quick question. Do you believe in the Veteran Coaching Network and its mission? I believe.
I believe some of our strongest leaders have spent their lives serving others. And when their service changes, their sense of purpose shouldn't disappear with the uniform. I believe every veteran deserves someone in their corner as they discover their next mission. And that's why I believe in the Veterans Coaching Network and what we're building together.
I'm at the Goal Achiever Summit right now, but I want to step out and tell you guys that I believe that we all face giants in our life. And I've been training people just like you how to fight. See you guys.
Hello, my name is Sheena Veal, and I believe the greatest impact happens when we all work together. And I believe that the Veteran Coaching Network has the potential to connect veterans with industry professionals eager to help them navigate their next mission.
I believe that men and women leaving the military, whichever branch, do have a lot of different needs. I believe that the Veteran Coaching Network can service many of those needs with the tools and resources that they offer.
Hi, my name is Jeff Halliday, and I'm part of the Veterans Coaching Network, and I believe in Luke McVeigh and everything he's trying to do with the Veterans Coaching Network and his mission.
Good evening, guys. This is Dr. Ken Logg at Fort Leavenworth. Power of the Veterans Coaching Network to reach out and connect with you. Whatever it is you need help with, if I can't help you, I can find somebody that can. Most importantly, if you need somebody to talk to, I'm here for you 24/7, 365. Please reach out.
Powered by Business Navigators.